Good afternoon and welcome to another edition of Atlas Information Live. We are glad to have you here, and we hope that you will find today's discussion very valuable and practical. To that end, we are putting the link to the live stream in the chat, and here it is on screen. So even if you're on a mobile phone, you should be able to use this link to come online and participate. Let's make this more of a Zoom call than just the typical us speaking and you listening. Because today, the topic of our discussion is going to be the spiritual journey, the actual road trip of our lives, which is, if we're honest with ourselves, it's more like a series of road trips. So the road trip analogy is quite pertinent. And as we progress through today's live stream, we will see just how appropriate the road trip analogy is to our journey in life, our spiritual journey. So in order to preface or create the backdrop for this journey of ours, let's recall some of the road trips that we've been on, some of the trips that you've taken, and some of the tools that you have used on that journey. Now, typically, when we think about a road trip, the tools that we listed, even in the graphic for today's video, those tools we listed as a map, a GPS. In more modern times, of course, we didn't have a GPS 20, 30 years ago, but everybody has a GPS today in their phone. But then there are also signs. And then there's also the old adage, follow your nose, which another way can be expressed, follow your gut. All of these tools we use when planning a trip. Now, the thing about a road trip is typically, not always, but typically, we have some destination in mind. And sometimes, not always, we might even have a deadline for arriving at that destination. Perhaps we're going to another city, another province, another state for some event. Perhaps it's a concert, perhaps it's a wedding, a funeral, some other family-related occasion. Perhaps we're going to visit relatives or friends, and they're going to be hosting a dinner or whatever, and we have to arrive there by a certain hour. Because of these real-world parameters, we will often turn to maps or Google Maps or our GPS to approximate for us what the fastest route will be, what the shortest route will be. Various different physical material variables come into play as we are planning these types of road trips. Or perhaps we're going camping. Here in Canada and Ontario, it's a very common thing for people to go up north to the cottage or up north camping, and perhaps they're going to a national park that they've never visited before. Certainly, this is the case in the United States. People from all over the United States will travel to Yellowstone National Park, or will go to Colorado, or even Las Vegas, or any of the many sites and natural wonders and man-made wonders that you have in the United States. The road trip is an iconic, almost universal experience, whether it's in the Western Hemisphere or in Europe or in the Far East. Along the way, depending on your personality and how you like to plan things, how deeply and intricately you like things planned, how organized you are, you might even plan rest stops along the way. Okay, we'll plan, we'll stop here or we'll stop there. Or you might plan along your route to take little side trips, side journeys, to go see some sites or see some points of interest or visit some individuals who are along the route that you're going to be taking anyway. All of these come into play to one degree or another when we talk about taking a road trip. Well, how does this relate to our journey in life? And the question that we pose to you is, do any of us have a map? Do any of us really know where we're going? So right away, when you look at that primary tool that we use in life for taking a road trip, we turn to maps. Long before the advent of GPS, we had road maps, the kind that would unfold and would cover up the whole windscreen, so you could hardly use them while you were driving. You had to plan everything out ahead of time. You would have to know where you were going. How many of us know where we're going in life? And how many of us know where we're going on our spiritual journey? Do any of us really have a map? Do we have a destination, and do we have a deadline? These are questions that we're just asking because everyone's different. Everyone's journey is different. Everyone's path is different, and everyone's access to information is different. And we mentioned that our spiritual journey, our journey through life, is not so much one journey. Yes, it is one journey, but that one journey, that one lifetime, is made up of many shorter journeys. There's many short road trips come together to form this one long epic journey of our life. So in an abstract way, we're trying to compare and trying to use this map analogy. But can we think of any practical examples, a practical case study in how this most common tool in the real world, having a map, applies to spiritual quests, spiritual journeys? And the short answer is, do you have a vision? Do you have some insight, a vision related to some aspect of your journey? Now, it might not be the whole thing, but again, if your life's work, if your life's journey, your spiritual path to your destiny is a series of short road trips, and each road trip represents an important building block, then it is very possible to receive a vision or a map or a blueprint, if you want to use that analogy instead, for that particular segment of your journey. Someone has tried to join the chat here, so we will wait until we get some sort of a indication that they're actually connecting. Hana Tarash. So where the first tool is involved, having a map, it is possible to receive a map. Hello, Azazel. How are you?
Hello. Yeah,
Good.
I'm good actually.
I don't know what's up with Hana Tarash. He seems to be not not working well. But anyway, we'll monitor that, and when he pops on, we'll have him join. So this it is, however, for most people, fair to say, for most people, generally speaking, their spiritual journey comes without a map. It's very few people that you can meet who can honestly say that, here's my map, here's where I'm going, and here's how I plan to get there. And there are many reasons for this, and they're all practical reasons, but they're practical reasons of a metaphysical nature. They're not necessarily practical from our point of view.
Exactly, no.
And that sort of goes without saying. However, we have another tool that we use certainly in modern times, and everybody has it in their phone. It's called the GPS. And the thing about a GPS is that you just put in the destination where you're going, and the GPS will give you turn-by-turn navigation. This, all of us have. All of us have an internal spiritual GPS giving us turn-by-turn navigation. Now, the thing about a GPS, especially on your little phone, right, on your little screen, is that you can't really see the whole journey. You can't see the whole map. And while you're driving, you can't see the whole map. I mean, there might be, even if you set it on the whole map view, depending on where you're going and how long the journey is, it's so zoomed out, it's so shrunk down, the resolution is so poor that it's functionally useless. So typically when you use a GPS, you just see where you are and the next, basically a few 100 meters in front of you. And so the turn-by-turn navigation can tell you, take this exit, take this on-ramp, turn left here, turn right there. You've all used a GPS. We don't have to explain it to you. But your internal GPS, your spiritual GPS, is giving you exactly the same guidance all the time. All of us have it. It's only a question of, do we use it? Do we turn it on? Do we plug it in? In other words, do we listen to it?
Yeah.
Or are we too busy listening to music and eating our drive-through and drinking our coffee and arguing with our passenger? And then worrying about, oh my God, I'm lost. I don't know where I'm going.
Yeah, that happens.
If the road trip analogy is especially useful because especially here in North America, because North America was built around the automobile. We are a car culture. It is not so much in Europe and elsewhere in the world where it's not as prevalent as it is here in the United States. But everywhere you go in the world, the automobile is almost a ubiquitous phenomenon, and people have taken long trips in cars. And it is probably safe to say that everyone has gotten lost at some point,
Yeah.
either as a driver or as a passenger. And you know that feeling when you've missed your exit, or you're looking for your exit and all of a sudden you realize the next city is coming up and you're like, you're 100 miles off course.
Yeah.
It's like, I shouldn't be here. Or if you're in a, or if you're, which once we were driving in the United States, in in Michigan, and we ended up getting veered off course, and we got essentially lost. We ended up in was it was in Gary, this industrial, like some really shady, seedy part of the industrial United States, and it was we were only 20 something years old at the time. It was like, it was a scary thing for us, right? We were
Yeah.
completely lost, and we, you get off the beaten tracks and you end up in a neighborhood that you really, I should not be here. This is not a good place to be. um, well, that can happen to us obviously in life, where we get sidetracked, we get lost, and then we, depending on our, again, on many psychological factors, we might panic, we might get very afraid, we might get um, very discouraged. But just that feeling of lost, and if we're talking about our spiritual journey here, then the spiritual, being lost or being off the spiritual path, brings with it more than just feeling of being lost, but there comes with it a feeling of abandonment, a sense of being forsaken, a sense of,
Yeah.
how is it possible that I could be allowed to be lost on my spiritual quest, on my spiritual journey? How could you let this happen? If you have that sort of personality, where you look to the heavens, or you look within yourself and you ask God, like, how could you let this happen? How could you, whatever
Yeah.
happened to the poem Footprints? That those pairs of footprints, that when there's only one pair of footprints, when I think I'm lost, no, it's then that you're being carried. Well, I'm lost right now. I don't feel like I'm being carried.
Yeah.
And we have these are very real emotions. These are very real experiences that
Yeah.
we have. There's no point in denying it.
Yeah. Sometimes it feels fortunate that God isn't a physical being.
Um,
Because you do get mad sometimes.
it's if any of you watch rally racing, the world rally championships and whatnot, the Paris-Dakar rally, it doesn't matter, any rally racing, that in that phenomenon, you have the driver, who's the driver's job is essentially to uh, keep the car on the road and keep it from flipping over, essentially. The driver really has no idea where they're going, but the driver has a navigator in the passenger seat, and the navigator's job is not only to be the GPS for the driver, but the information that the navigator feeds to the driver is what kind of turn is coming up. Is it a sharp left? Is it a sharp right? Is it a long, easy left? Is it a sharp, hard right? Like, the navigator is looking at the detailed map and all of his notes, and not only that, he's got a stopwatch, and he's timing the intervals between all of these points on the map, because the navigator's job is also to calculate how much fuel they have, that they're not going too fast, that they're burning too much fuel and they won't be able to make it to the next fuel station. The navigator is doing all of this. The driver can only focus on keeping the car on the road and keeping it from flipping over. In other words, the driver has to pay attention to the navigator at all times. The driver is paying attention to the road. He's paying attention to what he's actually seeing, and actually he has to accommodate. But the speed at which rally racing happens, and the fact that they're going on roads that have no signs, have no road signs, he's completely and totally reliant on his navigator. This is, if you want to experience a kind of symbiotic human relationship in relations to the sharing of information and the acting on that information in no hyperbole here, at times, life or death situation, but also a highly competitive situation in a sport situation, but involving cars. It's car racing, but it's rally. Watching the relationship, the dynamic between a navigator and a rally driver, and how they accomplish that particular sport, is a phenomenon that, if you can viscerally use your consciousness and your imagination, and there are great YouTube videos of what takes place inside of those cars. You put yourself in the back seat of those cars, watching those videos, and try to put yourself in that situation and feel into what's going on and what they have to deal with, and how there's this relationship of absolute trust, absolute faith that the driver has in his navigator. And in the reverse, that the navigator puts all of their trust in the driver, because literally the navigator's life is in his hands. So it's like this mutual relationship of trust. The navigator has to trust that the driver is going to listen to him and drive accordingly. And the driver trusts that the navigator, that his calculations are correct, that the map is correct, that all of his information is correct, and that he's being fed the right information, the need to know information at the precise moment that he needs to know it, in order to deal with the challenges, the obstacles, and all of the twists and turns on the path, on the road, which is in many cases not a road. Dirt road, gravel, mud, lakes, rivers, everything that they have to deal with on a rally. This then is a very visceral and dramatic expression of the moment by moment relationship we have with our innermost, with our true self, our higher self, our innermost being, and our divine mother, who we really are. Our higher self is our navigator. We don't know what's coming. None of us do. If we are honest with ourselves, none of us know what's going to happen in the next 2 minutes, let alone in the next 5 minutes, or 10 minutes, or hour, or day, or week, or 6 months, or a year, let alone 5 years, let alone 10 years. We have no idea. We don't know. We all know that we're going to die, but we don't know when. We don't know where. We all know that we're going to die. That's maybe the one thing that we know. But just like a rally driver, they all know that their race is going to end. Sooner or later, their race is going to come to an end. But they don't know how or when or where it's going to come to an end. Is it going to come to an end when their car goes rolling head over heels, careening off the road into a river or off a cliff? They don't know. Is it going to end with the engine blowing up, or all 4 tires getting punctured, or one of them dying in a crash? They don't know. Or are they going to make it from Paris all the way to Dakar, which is that famous, the Paris-Dakar rally is that famous rally. But along the way, that driver and that navigator, both of them are focused on the next turn. Just like your GPS in your car when you're driving. If you're relying on your GPS to get you to where you're going, it's always the next turn and the next turn and the next exit and the next turn by turn navigation. All of us have this capacity to one degree or another. This is what people refer to as their intuition, their gut feeling. And if we don't have a strong connection, if we don't hear it loud and clear, like a rally driver does, because they're wired up with a radio headset, and the navigator speaks into the microphone, into the headset, and the driver hears it clear as day. If we don't have that capacity, we need to develop it. In fact, one of the things that we used to do when we lived in Toronto, which is Canada's largest city, was drive around to meetings and whatnot, and having to get from A to B. The traffic, of course, like all big cities around the world, can be horrendous. And especially in the summertime with all the construction, you never know what roads were closed down for construction and where the detours were, and it was just a nightmare. And because of all this green environmental stuff, lots of roads were turned into one ways and this ways and that ways, because they made all these bicycle lanes, and so it was starting to get very, very, very not friendly towards automobiles in the center core of Toronto. And for a time, we were reliant on our GPS until one day, the still soft voice said, "Turn off your GPS. You're not allowed to use your GPS anymore, ever again. You're cut off. Forbidden. No more GPS for you." And I went, okay. How exactly am I supposed to go find where I'm going now? Am I going to be no maps? He said, no maps, no GPS, no Google Maps. No, you're cut off. Just drive. Okay. And then I would come up, and all of a sudden, the still soft voice would say, okay, turn here, turn left. It'd be going, turn right. Like down these really obscure side streets I'd never been before, never seen before, never heard. And by magic, I could get to anywhere I wanted to go in Toronto in record time. And I literally was following my internal GPS. My innermost being was literally taking the place of Google Maps, of Waze, which is the GPS that I would use. Waze. Google bought Waze, so now it's the same bloody thing. And literally, this was one of the ways in which I exercised and I developed the capacity to receive information on a need-to-know basis in the moment that I needed to know it. Because one of the reasons why we have GPS is that nobody likes to get lost, and everybody wants to have the comfort of security and the comfort and security of being guided. And we put our faith in the little mechanical device, the little digital device. And I was told, no, don't put your faith in that anymore. Put your faith and trust in me. Put your faith and trust in Attlas. And I did so. Now, can I say I was always receiving properly? Because I was like, this takes a lot of energy. You have to be present. You have to be mindful. And sometimes it can be a little nerve-wracking. You're coming right up, you're driving, you're right almost in the middle of the intersection and says, okay, turn left.
Yeah.
But surprisingly, with practice, with time, it became easier and easier and more fluid and more natural and just more, it just was what it was. And of course, it didn't stop when I got out of the car. Your internal GPS isn't exclusive to the act of driving. It just so happens that I was doing a lot of driving in a challenging environment, a challenging big city, etc. And it seemed a good a place as any to develop that capacity, that ability to receive the turn-by-turn directions.
Yeah.
And this, of course, expanded out to different sorts of directions, different sorts of information. And then it was, well, can you receive the information in real time and then share it? So the next step is that you have an internal GPS, but the next step is to be able to become the Siri or whatever, the voice of the GPS, where you can actually speak the turn-by-turn directions to others.
Yeah.
If that's part of your journey to be able to do so. And that's been, a process with us. It's been in process for years.
Yeah.
But again, this, on the journey of life, on your spiritual journey, what should you be doing right now? Are you on course or aren't you? There's really only one certain arbiter or certain way for you to know that. And that's to tap into the still soft voice, your intuition, and feel moment by moment that you're doing the right thing, that you are where you are supposed to be, and that you are taking the actions that you are meant to take. And that intuition, our access to that intuition, is developed through self-observation and through meditation. And also through the elimination of ego, through the freeing up of consciousness. And the more you are able to connect to, tap into that internal GPS, the more you begin relying on your internal GPS, the better you will become at it. The more familiar you will be with your still soft voice, with what it sounds like, what it feels like, what the flavor of that intuition is. And that will help you in the development of discernment between the voices in your head and the still soft voice in your heart. Because the voices in your head, rest assured, and we all know this, we all have them, they love to freak out. And they love to yell and scream at us. No, don't do that. Don't go this way. Don't go that way. What are you doing? Go the other way. Go the same way everybody else is going. What are you trying to do? And there's a million different excuses and rationalizations that the voices in the head will come up with to get us to do certain things and get us to not do other things. And the ability to know the difference between, let's say, if you want to stick with that GPS analogy, we have our internal GPS, but then we also have malware that's trying to hijack our internal GPS. Those are called the voices in our head. Those are called our egos. And they're trying to lead us astray in no uncertain terms. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Egos are trying to get us lost. That is their divinely ordained purpose. So they're trying to mislead us, misguide us, cause us to fall into misjudgments. And if we do not have a strong sense of discernment, if we do not have a strong connection to our innermost higher GPS, we can be duped by the clever and subtle and insidious voices of malware that are infecting our psychology and that are trying to hijack the GPS function. And it actually surprises me that in the real world, it surprises me that hackers haven't made more effort to create malware that infects GPS on phones, because hackers seem to be they seem to relish creating havoc and chaos, and they have hacked everything, every conceivable possible thing on computer systems. They've created computer viruses that do all kinds of nasty things. It's just kind of amazing that they haven't done the same thing with phones, and perhaps it's because Google and Apple design the operating systems to be much more robust and much more resilient to this sorts of malware. That's why when you install a new app on your phone, you have all these permissions that you have to, that say, oh, do you want this app to be able to access this? Do you want your app to be able to access that? That's why I have all these like different levels of permissions when you install an app on your phone. Perhaps it's for that very reason that hackers stay away from phones for the most part, because it's just maybe too much trouble for them. I don't know. But that's GPS. We don't always get a map of where we are and where we're going. Sometimes we can. We get a vision, and sometimes we get an overview, and sometimes it's all very clearly defined. But very often it's not. And we have to put our faith and trust that we can't see the top of the staircase. We don't know where we're going. We just have to see the next step. We can't see the whole road, the whole journey from our point of view. Nobody can do that when you're driving, right? You can't. If you're driving from New York to Seattle, when you're driving through Ohio, you can't see Seattle. It's just not possible. But you put your faith and trust in whatever the tools, if it's the GPS, you put your faith and trust in the GPS, that when the GPS says, take this highway, that it's taking you towards Seattle. This is the same very practical, down-to-earth, rubber meets the road practice that we have to develop for our innermost. We can't see the end of the journey. But when our intuition tells us, do this, It's your choice.
Yeah.
But what's your alternative? And the egos will give us an alternative.
Yeah,
Right?
they will. Yeah.
The ego mind and fantasy, right? Which is fantasy is the function of imagination, but inverted. So imagination is our capacity for visualization that's being used by the innermost being to show us something. Sometimes, or very often, our innermost being is not giving us a map. We don't have a vision, or we don't know. We're not being told what our destination is. We're just being told, get in the car and drive. So the egos exploit this. They take advantage of this. The fact that our imagination is not being used in a positive way, the egos are going to use it in a negative way. The egos are going to use it for their purposes. So they will come up, oh, he's telling you to jump in the car? He's telling you to jump. Oh, it must be because we're going here. We must be going to Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
Or, oh, you're going to car. Oh, we must be going to Las Vegas. Bring lots of money to gamble. Bring lots of money for booze and hookers. Right? That's a again hyperbolic example.
Yeah.
In fact, the egos are much, much, much more subtle than that. And in our experience, you will find that because you don't know where you're going, you're just following your gut on embarking on the journey and just turn this way, turn that way, but you don't really know what the destination is or where you're going or how you're going to get there. Just observe yourself, observe your mind filling in the blanks. The mind will do this, right? Because the mind is always living in the future and in the past. The mind does not want to stay in the present moment. And the reason why the mind doesn't want to stay in the present moment is because the present moment is the domain of the consciousness. Because the present moment is the only thing that is real. The mind is a mechanism of unreality. The mind is an illusion. It is an illusion machine, which is why the mind is always in the past or in the future. Think about this or meditate on this. You cannot think about the present moment. Try to apply your mind to right now. Just try. No, you failed. You know why? Because by the time you've thought about the present moment, it's already in the past. So the other trick the mind does is, oh, okay, I'll get him this time, right? To think about the present moment or to create the illusion of thinking about the present moment, the mind thinks a little bit ahead. And that's why so many people misinterpret, misunderstand, and actually live in a completely different reality. You speak to them and they hear something completely different. Why? Because their mind had already fabricated an expectation of what they were going to hear. And they're so hypnotized by their mind, they're so identified with what the mind is feeding them, so that no matter what you say to them, they do not hear the words you're saying. They are receiving and hearing only what their mind fabricated a moment or two ago about a moment or two in the future, which is now the present. Our internal GPS is always in the now. That's what's we can get premonitions, we can receive some advanced warning, but the real thing about working with the internal GPS with our still soft voice is it really is in the now. So we have to be present. We have to be aware all the time, because if the moment comes and it's gone, there's not a lot of wiggle room in there. If it's saying turn left, by the time it says turn left, you have to turn left. You don't have 3-4 seconds to think about it. Should I really turn left? Really? Do you really want me to turn left? It's over. It's gone. It's the moment's gone. The moment's passed. You've missed the turn. That's my experience of working with my internal GPS while driving in Toronto. I'm already in the intersection, and it's a T-junction. I have to go left or right, or I'm going to end up in someone's living room. And I get the turn left while I'm already in the intersection. And it's a little unnerving, of course, because when you're new to this, it's going to be very unnerving, because it's not like the GPS in your car where it gives you plenty of advance notice. No, it's not like that. And that notice gets shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter, precisely because we're being trained to be instantaneous with our intuition. So that because our intuition wants to become us, or wants us to become one with it, to bind together, right? Yoga, religare in Latin, yug in Sanskrit, the root words of yoga and religion. To bind together means to bind as one, as in marriage, as in the ties that bind. To becoming one, that union with divinity, that is religion and yoga. So when we're working with our internal GPS, don't expect that you're going to have like all kinds of lead time, that you're going to receive an intuition to do something. You're like, oh yeah, okay, but first I'm going to go get myself some Starbucks. No, it's not like that. No. Right? You don't have that you cannot arrive at a place of being of having that union, of being bound together with your true self, if you want this rift between when you receive the information and when you act on the information. So there's another reason why it's that way, because if you do have that rift in that space, your ego is going to get in the way. So if you do have a premonition, for example, the ego mind is absolutely terrible, terribly notorious is the better word, for subjecting its fantasy creations, its fantastical assumptions around a premonition. So you get a premonition about something that's going to happen or that might happen, and your ego takes that premonition, that intuition, and weaves this elaborate fantasy around it. Now, the ego mind does this generally all the time. It's trying to do this all the time with intuition, with information, with anything that we receive from our higher self. The ego is going to try to weave its subjective, conditioned fantasies and illusions around that kernel of objective truth, because it knows that it is much easier to feed us a bunch of malarkey if there's a kernel of truth in the middle of it than if there isn't. Because many of us who have a good nose for BS, we don't get duped by the ego that easily. But if there's objective truth at the heart of it, then the elaborate story woven around that truth, it's our intuition is resonating with the truth. And so it can feel right. And that's why so many people on the internet are misled so easily. And so many people on the spiritual journey are misled so easily, because even black magicians will sprinkle a great deal of objective truth as the foundation of what they then build on top of it, which is total nonsense. But because its foundation is objective truth, they're able to dupe many people into believing the fantasy that's built on top of it, because the foundations are true, they're solid, and they resonate with people. So this is another reason why, generally speaking, the intuition and the moment to which the intuition applies, it gets shorter and shorter, so that it gives less of an opportunity for the ego to squeak in and install a fantasy, install a subjective interpretation, which could then color and alter our behavior, color and alter our actions, or the ego wants to interject its beliefs. So we receive an intuition, and the ego immediately starts weaving beliefs and interjecting beliefs about that intuition. And it's trying to hypnotize us with the belief about the intuition, instead of allowing us consciously to know and comprehend and allow the mind to, in simplest terms, receive a unmodified, unconditioned expression of the objective truth of that intuition. And this is, if you observe yourself, this is something that you can observe happening, and you will observe this happening with other people, the better you get at this level of discernment.
Yeah.
That you will see how one of our, well, I mean, in our video that we have about belief, we use the example of flat earth theory, and how flat earth theory is, in our view, one of the best examples of how an intuition, an objective truth, is used as the foundation for a completely erroneous belief. And the objective truth is quite simple, right? Most of us, I would assume, very few of us have been into outer space. Unless you've done so in the astral plane, very few of us have traveled to outer space. Very few of us have seen the curvature of the earth with our own eyes, not through a window, because that's their favorite thing they'd like to do. Is they like to how windows on spacecraft and aircraft are lenses, and they distort what we see. And they love to say that, the flat earthers. So you can't trust anything you see through a window. So, and even if you had like a visor, like a space helmet, he says, you notice how space helmets are always curved? So that's why the earth looks round when you look at it. It doesn't look flat, because it's always being shot through a lens or whatever. It's always just lens trickery and lens illusion, optical illusions. So the ego has explanations for everything. They can rationalize away everything. So none of us have that experience where we've been to outer space, or we've been so up high in the atmosphere that we've been able to see the curvature of the earth with our naked eye. And because that's an absolute truth that none of us can deny, none of us have that experience. The ego is able to squeak in there with that belief that's saying, you see, you don't know for sure that the earth is round. And because you don't know for sure that the earth is round, it could be flat. But not only could it be flat, it is flat. And there's a huge conspiracy to convince you that it's not. I'm not good. But this is how it works. This is how it works. You have an intuition, there's an objective truth, an ego uses that foundation, and all those people who resonate with flat earth theory They resonate with it so deeply because at its very heart, its very foundation, they say, yeah, I've never seen the curvature of the earth with the naked eye. So you can't, like, what are you going to say? But of course, if you've traveled in the astral plane and you've gone into space, or you've flown like Superman around the earth,
Yeah,
then
you will notice that you will have to go down at some point if you
yes,
fly straight.
yes. Well, suffice it to say, that's one of the first things that we did when one of the first things we did after we met our divine mother and after we met our innermost being. Um, the third time we projecting the astral plane, it's like, okay, well, um, you know, the Ubermensch, the Superman, Nietzsche, like, seems like the thing to do.
Yeah.
So we flew up into space and we flew around just like in the 1978, 1979 Richard Donner movie of Superman who's flying around the Earth. Yeah, we did that a couple times. That was worthwhile doing. Not not exactly for fun, but not exactly. It wasn't exactly not enjoyable.
No, exactly. I know what you mean because it requires a certain silence within ourselves in order to ascend higher and higher and then be able to fly. Um, I have not been that lucky to go that high, but
Um,
yeah,
well, then after that, it was like we just looked out into outer space and went, okay, well, there's really only one place I can go next.
yeah,
I went to go visit the Greys. Well, that was on another. I went to Mars. I went to go visit Samael at the Heart Temple on Mars. That was the next thing I did. It's like going and flying around the Earth and flying into space was. I mean, you don't sit on the ground on the Earth. You're not standing on the ground on the Earth and say, oh, I'm going to go to Mars.
no,
That didn't occur to me. That didn't occur to me anyway. I figured stepping stones, right? Baby steps. The first
yeah,
baby step. Well, let me go into orbit first. Let's see if I can do. Let's see if I can do orbit first. That seemed like the thing to do. And once I did that, I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna go visit. I'm gonna go visit Samael. And I found him instructing a class of monads in the Heart Temple on Mars. And I was actually interrupted his class, and he gave me shit for it.
yeah.
He said, "What are you doing here? Can't you see I'm busy?"
Yeah, I understand.
Um, but it didn't matter. And then after that, I went to go visit the Greys, and I exhausted all of my energy going to visit their planet. I got as far as seeing a temple on one of their planets, and just very very brief. I could only spend a very 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 brief period of time there because I mean, with the silver cord and all that, all the rest of it, it takes energy to travel. It takes energy to travel in the astral plane, and
Yeah,
traveling to another planet. If I hadn't have done that, I probably could have spent a lot more time if I hadn't exhausted all my energy on just making it to the other planet. But in any case, we're getting off on a tangent. Since we are on a tangent, we might as well take in a comment here. So Benjamin says, so there's a reversed, so to speak, to the original way to union, an inverted or evil form of it. Interesting. So there's a reversed, so to speak.
yeah. I I don't know exactly what he's referring to, but when it comes to the astral travels and such, we can also be pushed down as well to learn the hard way how it all works, and so that we eventually get strong enough to work from there and build ourselves up.
The the ego, the Black Lodge, right, is there to serve as a. This is what he's referring to. The when we said how the voices in our head
Mm.
wants to um, condition or take that internal take the role of that internal GPS, take the role of that internal map. It wants to fill in the blank and fill in the void. The egos want to be our guide. And as you said, Azazel, just a moment ago, where the egos want to guide us is into hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Benjamin. Yeah, the part you were talking about being caught by egos. Exactly.
Hmm. Yeah.
So, so when we travel in the astral plane, this can happen, and that's why it is important that no one ever do something so obnoxious or arrogant as going and spying on others, or going and watching your girlfriend or your boyfriend and see what they're doing, and if they're having an affair, or go spy on others and whatnot, because the des- um, the desire to, and it is very likely that in that moment you will be taken to the lunar astral plane, which is Klipoth. And so we must always remember that so long as we have egos, when we travel in the astral plane, we never truly know if we're in the solar astral plane or the lunar astral plane. And so people who this has been the case where people have spied on spouses or loved ones, and they have seen them having an affair or whatever, and what they were seeing was a projection of their own fears. But because, oh, I saw it in the astral plane, you were having an affair with so and so and so and so, and the other person was like, what are you talking about? And that's because if we're in the lunar astral plane, even if we're so-called lucid dreaming, we're essentially just dreaming. We're still just dreaming. Lucid or not, it's still just a dream. It's not an accurate representation of reality. So this is coming to Benjamin's comment here about an inverted or evil form. That's all that the egos can do, is hypnotize our consciousness and cause our ignorance. That is all that they can do. Everything that the egos do, including desire, getting us to identify with desires, creation of attachments, these are all egos affecting our consciousness, subjecting it, conditioning it, and of course, feeding on our sexual energy. That's the other thing that egos do. But those two aspects, energy and consciousness, that's all that egos can affect. But that's enough when we're on the mental plane, on the astral plane, the egos can wreak havoc with us. So that's like malware affecting our GPS. If there was such a thing, a computer virus that affected GPS, you just imagine the havoc. And some hackers have infected traffic light systems, traffic control systems in cities, and they've shut down entire cities because they brought entire cities to gridlock because they created a computer virus that went in and infected the computers that controlled the city lights and so on. Okay, coming back to road trips and travel and so on, we also have signs. Now, GPS or no GPS, map or no map, can anybody honestly say that they could ever successfully take a road trip without signs, without signage? Where are
Not
we?
successfully, at least.
It would be really hard.
Yeah.
Now, maybe, and again, in places in the world where perhaps signage is not so common, rural roads in Africa, let's say, or if they even have roads, There's roads in Vietnam that are notoriously some of the worst roads in the world. They're always getting washed out by storms and stormwater and whatnot. Surely their road signs are not the first things that are repaired when they repair the road. And then there's the fact that you can go to countries where the signs are written in a different language.
Yeah.
I mean, in Japan, a lot of the signs are written in, katakana or kanji, and it's like I couldn't understand what the signs were saying. But generally speaking, you're still looking for the signs. And generally speaking, very important signs like stop. No matter
Yeah.
where you are in the world, you can generally very quickly pick up on some of the more obvious and more common road signs. Now, if you happen to be in India, it doesn't really matter. Nobody seems to pay attention to those signs, but that's another matter. Road trips and signs go hand in hand. And these obviously have a one-to-one literal relationship to our spiritual journey, to our path in life. In fact, it's a well-worn cliche, is it not? How many characters, how many people have you seen praying and pleading, show me a sign, give me a sign? That's what we're looking for a lot of the time. If we feel lost, if we feel abandoned, if we feel wandering, hopeless and aimless, we don't know where we're going, we don't know what we should be doing, or we're doing something and we don't know if we're doing the right thing. We get down on our knees and we pray to God. We say, give me a sign. It's a well-worn cliche. And these signs, the people who pray like this, they're not esotericists. It could just be regular religious people. So they're praying to a God that's outside of themselves. And because they're praying to a God that's outside of themselves, they're looking for a sign that's outside of themselves. And we're here to tell you that that's exactly what they'll get. We would get them all the time. We still get them. Everybody does. Because your individual divine mother is here orchestrating all of those external signs. How often have you heard us say that the living, breathing Word of God is all around us? Well, what does that mean if not that signs that speak directly to us are always being placed in advance of us arriving at a particular moment? Or they're appearing spontaneously, and we're just not aware of it. The number of signs that we miss is most likely far greater than the number of signs that we see. Much in the same way that when we're driving around town, the number of traffic signals and road signs and notices and all sorts of signs, including maybe advertising, if you want to include that, right? The vast majority of those we don't pay attention to. We pay attention to the ones that we feel are important for us to pay attention to. And something similar happens on the spiritual journey, where there's lots of signs that are being thrown at us all the time, and we miss most of them. But signs are an important component of how our innermost communicates to us. And if we're not that proficient receiving intuition or signs are another way that our innermost and our divine mother can reach us. because accessing intuition, that's also requires energy, it requires effort, and it's something that not everyone can sustain for a very long period of time necessarily. Or if someone's suffering particularly from a very powerful ego, or let's say, you're suffering from depression, or you're suffering from anxiety, or you're in the grips of some ego. Your egos have you in their grips. In those moments, it's very hard to receive information from your intuition, from your gut, because your egos are intercepting all of that. They're conditioning all of that. They're filtering it out. Or they're filling your mind with so much noise. They're filling your heart with so much noise, so much static, that it's hard to receive a clear signal from your innermost. That's where a sign comes in. Because a sign is there in the real world, and the egos, generally speaking, will allow you to function in the real world, and they will generally speaking allow you to receive and process information through your five senses more or less unabated. More or less. So a well-placed sign can have an opportunity to reach you, even if you're in a state where your intuition, your gut is being blocked or being drowned out by the voices in your head, by the negative emotionality in your heart, or also the hyperactivity in your physical body, in your nervous system, in your instinctive center, in your sexual center, all the places where the egos get to interfere. And that's really, you think about it as an interference pattern. What they're interfering with is our connection to our higher self, our true self. And they're obscuring that in order to create, to strengthen and shore up the false self that they want us to remain identified and attached, identified with and attached to.
Yeah. Mm.
Benjamin says, we have to learn to identify we are separate from nature. We are taught to look at nature as everything. Yes, that is true, because, and we've talked about this, having the two natures of nature, mechanical nature and divine nature. We also have a nature. We are the meeting of the crossroads between divine nature and mechanical nature. Not to say that mechanical nature is not divine. It's also divine, but it's divine in its own way. And the monads of mechanical nature, they exist in the fourth dimension. They're not trapped here like we are. We're trapped here in hell because we're fallen. So the monads of mechanical nature, the monads of animals and plants, can leave their physical body whenever they want to. The monads of rocks are not stuck inside the rock. Not like we are. We're stuck inside these bodies. The ability to leave, the ability to project into the fourth dimension, into jinn state, very few of us have that ability. Or to project into the astral plane. Very few of us have that ability to be able to just do it like this. And that's because we're fallen. We have egos, that we're trapped in hell. We're stuck inside these bodies. And not only that, we're stuck inside of these minds and these emotions. We're trapped, our consciousness is trapped inside those egos. But animals and plants and rocks, they're innocent. They have no ego. The egos that are there only affect their physical bodies. And the egos that are there work for mechanical nature, doing what they need to do. That's why you don't see animals and plants and rocks behaving as atrociously as you do human beings or humanity anyway, intellectual animals. But the obsession, we would say, with identifying with mechanical nature, and even with identifying with the elemental spirits of nature, that is a trick of the ego that is used to diminish and again divert individuals from the true spiritual path, because the human soul exists on the sixth dimension, and we are not enlightened, we are not awakened until we awaken in the sixth dimension, also known as the causal plane. What that means, practically speaking, is that all those people who talk about 5D ascension, they're all just kidding themselves. They're all just trapped by their own ego and their mystic pride. They think that they're awake, they think that they're enlightened because they can awaken and they can travel in the astral plane. 9 times out of 10, they're traveling in the lunar astral plane anyway. Like all those people who take psychedelics, and they think they're having an existential out-of-body experience, but what they're actually experiencing are the infernal worlds. Completely subjective, completely conditioned by the entities and their own egos that are related to that particular substance of mechanical nature. So there are, again, coming back to this idea that Benjamin expressed earlier, that there's a reversal, there's an inverted form of signs. There's inverted, like there's signs that are trying to mislead us, but those signs are either misinterpretations of our own ego mind. They're all creations of mechanical nature. They're all creations of our ego that are trying to divert us, get us lost. But more importantly, not just get us lost from our path to our higher self and our destiny, but more importantly, to lead us into hell. Basically trying to get us to Las Vegas, to use that analogy, right?
Mm.
Or what the equivalent is in Europe, I don't know. The red light district in Amsterdam?
I would guess Estonia or something.
Trying to get us to Ukraine. What
Yeah.
the situation is there. But how do we know that something is a sign, and how do we know it's a positive sign or a negative sign, or how do we know that? Well, the thing about a sign is that it can take any form. Honestly, there's no limit to what qualifies as a sign. The challenge is, of course, as always, it's discernment. It comes down to our ability to check in with ourselves and receive an intuitive nudge. And sometimes that nudge simply is, hey, pay attention. Look at that. Look at this. This is important. The intuition will be that subtle. Just look. Just look at that. Just look. Just read. Just take it in. And if we do so, if we follow that intuition, we take in that sign, there's no guarantee that we'll go, oh, wow, and we'll have this revelation or whatever that the sign was trying to tell us. But the fact that we listen to the intuition and we focused our gaze, we focused our attention on the object that we were being told to look at and pay attention to and consider. If we do that mindfully, consciously, and when we do actually pay attention to it, not with our rational mind, but our supernal mind, our uber mind, our meta mind, our manas, divine mind, consciousness. Doesn't matter what you call it, but you're not looking at it with your rational mind anymore. You're looking at it from that higher place because you were told to look at it from this higher place. And if you can maintain that just long enough to receive the message, then you will get the sign, you will get the message. And you will recognize it for it being a sign. Even you might not know exactly what it means, but you'll know that it's important. And maybe it's enough in that moment to know it's important. So you will remember it, you will take it, and you will file it away in your memory as this is important. And later on, you will contemplate it, you will meditate on it. And in that meditation, hopefully, it will lead you to greater realization. We have had so many experiences of signs that we don't even know, like, really where to begin. When we got off the train in a little town called Uji, where we were staying to teach English in Japan, when we first got off the train after our 27 hours of travel time from Canada, and we had all our luggage with us, and we were pulling it out of the train station and everything, and we took in the whole scenery. There's Uji Temple and Uji Shrine. There was the 13-tier pagoda on an island in the middle of Uji River. You know, the forested mountains going up the one side. It was like a watercolor, like one of those classic Japanese watercolors. It was just absolutely picturesque, Japanese fairy tale like. And then there's a man in hip waders fishing in the river. And then high above, there was a family of hawks circling, who were likewise fishing, perhaps even waiting to steal a fish from the fishermen down below. And we took all of this in, and this picture, this postcard in that moment, and it just synthesized in us. And in that moment, we knew that reincarnation was a real phenomenon. In that instant, we became a Buddhist. In that moment, that instant, we knew that we had lived here before. And this is where we first found enlightenment. That's an example of a very profound sign. And you might even say that's probably goes a little bit further than a sign, but it's a sign that we, traveled halfway around the world to experience. And our whole time in Japan was just one sign after another, after another, after another. Like the time when we were called to go out in the middle of a typhoon, and we went out on our mountain bike. We went mountain biking in the middle of a typhoon, and we went up those forested mountains on the other side of the river in the middle of a typhoon, mind you. You're following the still soft voice. This is, again, a very extreme example of being called to go look at a sign. But we were being called to go look at a sign. And it took us however long it took us through this typhoon until eventually we had to ditch our mountain bike because the path ended and was replaced by an ancient stone staircase going to the top of the mountain. And we went to the top of the mountain, and we found the Bodhisattva of Compassion, the Buddha Shakyamuni, riding side saddle on the back of a deer. It was a life-size bronze statue. There's only 3 statues of this in the world, of the Buddha riding side saddle on a deer, and one is in Uji, top of this mountain. And we were told to go find this sign in the middle of a typhoon. These are extreme examples. A not so extreme example, we were riding on the subway once in Toronto. We sat down and we glanced up at nobody was sitting there's two people sitting in the seats across from us, and above them there was an advertisement. Well, they have advertisements on subways and such. We looked up and there was an advertisement for Gillette deodorant, underarm deodorant. And they had whatever slogan they had on that ad. I can't even remember what the message was. But in the moment, I knew that that's exactly what I needed to hear, because I was actually going to visit my girlfriend at the time. And this Gillette ad gave me exactly the advice that I needed for the encounter that was to come, that I was on the subway traveling to have that encounter. And it was like Jordan Peterson had written the advertisement for me.
Yeah.
Right? And it was and I just knew it. I said, yeah, that's exactly what I needed to hear. So, and again, that's in Toronto, walking to work one day, when with the same troublesome partner, we've had lots of interesting encounters with interesting women, because of our nature, because of the nature of our psychological makeup and what we deal with. We attract people who are energetically matched.
Yeah, same here.
So, well, as a result, we meet with some interesting and troubled people, as we were troubled at that time as well. So, we were walking to work, and there was a streetcar or a tram that had recently been, recently, they had upgraded it, and they had rebuilt the tramway, and they had these concrete curbs, and someone had not carved into the concrete, but used wooden block letters to spell out in the concrete, which had then set for at least 5 years. So someone had put this message deliberately into this concrete randomly on St. Clair Avenue, because I would walk to work, and I walked past this, and something told me, directed my gaze, and I do not fear the forces, something of something of the creatures of nature, or something like that. And it was exactly related to this new relationship and this new woman who I encountered, and the fear that she was triggering inside of me. This was many years ago now, so long before I knew the things about myself which I know now.
Yeah,
And
it's thanks to them as well.
Well, exactly, right? And so, but this was a sign that was set into concrete years before I would be living in that neighborhood. And it was exactly what I needed to hear in that pinnacle turning point in my life. And so, again, it's a matter of allowing ourselves to have our gaze directed, and and always trying to pay attention and be mindful of what we're looking at and why we're being told to look at it. This is the key to receiving signs, because we can be receiving signs all the time, not only just the ones that we pray for. And if we're asking for, sign with the clouds to open and sun to come beaming through or whatever, the signs aren't necessarily going to be like that. And yes, sometimes you might have very profound, earth-shattering, signs given to you, but very often they come in much more mundane, everyday, sort of boring ways, like, you know, words carved into concrete
Yeah.
at the side of the road. Um, Azazel, do you have any signs that you want to share? Can you have an experience that you want to share? Or
I have quite a lot of them as well. I mean, it's hard to count on the fingers. But
no, I know.
um,
Pick
it's
one that
even
stands
harder
out.
to find a sign that is relevant, so to speak. But I can say one thing, and that would be that most of those signs have been quite severe. Sometimes it's positive, but most of them have been severe. Like, well, I can share this experience perhaps. Like 10 years ago, when I was in school, there was a girl who didn't go to my class, and I haven't met her physically before, and so on. And by the end of my school time, I received a message on Facebook from her, and she said hello, how are you, and all, what are you doing, and all those kinds of things. And I was like, who the hell are you? And she explained that she went to another class on the same floor as me. And yeah, just wanted to ask me a few questions like, what do you think of humanity? And I'm and that was one of those signs, because if you ever get asked that question, you know it's quite a revealing question to answer.
You, to use some mundane vernacular, she's a keeper.
Yeah,
If someone asks you that question, they're a keeper. They're worth your time.
yeah, they are worth our time.
Um, so that's it's serendipitous that you shared a story like that, because there is another category that we didn't mention in the graphic for the live stream. We didn't mention it, and that is stopping for directions. When you take a road trip, because men don't like to stop for directions. Women like to stop for directions. Men don't like to stop for directions.
Yeah.
But it's a kind of sign when we receive directions from other people. On the spiritual journey, it's a kind of sign. So in your case, in meeting that individual and her saying what she did or asking what she did, that to you was a sign. But it came from an individual. There was another individual. There was another monad involved. Another soul, another being was involved. Another divine mother was involved.
Yeah.
Not just your divine mother. And very often we can receive guidance from our innermost, spoken to us through other people. This is important because, again, it comes back to this situation of, if our internal GPS is malfunctioning, the interference prevents us from accessing it. That's probably the best analogy to say, if there's interference and our internal GPS can't connect to the satellite, it can't give us directions because there's too much interference. We don't have GPS coverage, we don't have cell coverage in that area, however you want to think about it, but our GPS is on the fritz. Well, it's another way that we have to rely on when we're on the road trip. We have to look for signs, or we have to stop for directions. In the spiritual journey, it's the same, only the difference is that our navigator, who normally sends us signals, turn-by-turn directions, through our radio headset or through our GPS, but there's interference, he can't do that. Our navigator will proactively set signs or send people with directions to us. And these people act as signs. They point the way. They wave us, they flag us down. They say, hey, you lost? Where are you going? Go this way. Right? And once again, it's a matter of being aware and paying attention to who this person is, why they showed up, why they're saying what they're saying. And if it's a random person who shows up and starts talking things, whoa, like you wouldn't expect that from a random person, then you know they're not a random person at all.
Yeah.
Or they say something like, that's very insightful, or that's very serendipitous, or how did you know I was going through this right now? And they'll say, what? I didn't know anything.
Yeah. Or how they even found us.
Or how they even found you. I mean, yeah, we again, like Azazel says, we could tell you stories. We could talk about this for hours and hours and hours. But again, this falls into that category of ways in which our internal navigator, who is absolutely essential on the spiritual journey, just like in rally racing, right? Rally racing is a dangerous life or death sport, as is our spiritual path. There are major consequences for screwing up. So if our navigator gets cut off from us due to interference, due to static, and we don't, we can't hear their trusting voice in our ear telling us easy left, hard right, long sloping right, jump, if we don't have that information as a rally driver, that's really scary.
Yeah.
Because you're going 120 kilometers an hour down this dirt road, and God only knows where, or down these like narrow European lanes and streets, and and it's like at any given moment you could be coming up against who knows what, and you don't know what you're coming up against. And without that navigation, that real-time navigation, you really are like flying blind. Yeah, it would be like, again, another way to think about it would be like a modern pilot without a co-pilot, or without his instrument clusters feeding him the information that he needs to be able to fly the plane. He's what we call flying blind. So in those cases, our internal co-pilot, our internal navigator, will work through our Divine Mother and the Divine Mother of others to show up, to be at the right place in the right time, to give us a sign, to point us in the right direction. This was beautifully allegorized in Man of Steel when Clark goes on the journey to find himself, and he goes north into the Arctic, and he eventually finds this crashed craft frozen in ice, and he goes and he puts in his family key, his house key, and Russell Crowe's character, his father, Jor-El, a hologram, I get, some projection of Jor-El's consciousness appears. Actually, was later in the movie that what I'm thinking of is when Amy Adams, Lois Lane, she needs to get into the ship, and she puts the key in the ship, and then Russell Crowe's character appears, and he starts saying, "You need to get to here. I can guide you." And she's running through the ship, and he just appears, and he's like pointing in this direction or pointing in that direction, and he's guiding her. Either way, Russell Crowe appears to guide Clark Kent and to help him become Superman. People can arrive, and they are, for us, in those moments, like guardian angels. They're delivering us the voice of God. There's that old expression about looking a gift horse in the mouth. We must never take for granted what other people tell us, especially related to our spiritual journey or something that we might be working on. If we're working on some kind of a project that's a project of the heart that we know we need to be doing, we know we're here to do, and people start giving advice about it, we must always consider what they're saying carefully, openly, and objectively, because it may be that we might be so focused on what we're doing, or we might be that we are like blocking out essential information. We can't see the forest for the trees, and we need this other information that we've closed ourselves off to because of our focus and our concentration has narrowed our range of consciousness. Sometimes it's precisely someone else who can come in and give us this other perspective that we're not receiving, that's being obscured, and we ourselves are obscuring it through our intense focus and intention of our consciousness on this very narrow thing that we're working on. I'll give you a very real example of that in just a moment. But first, Benjamin says, from what I read in an excerpt from Master Samael Amour, ordinary humanity is living like a robot because they discard the data that nature has deposited in the brain for their own guidance, because our present environment is an Ascaniano environment, as it is said in the sacred language. Yeah, that word comes from Gurdjieff, if I'm not mistaken, but it's in the language of Attlas. That environment of pretentious and false wisdom and superficial cultures, etc., which is unfavorable for the development of the germs of objective reason. Ascaniano. Practically speaking, that's true. And that's, most of the people are asleep, and most of the people are robotic and mechanical and go through life's, and again, it's their egos that are causing them to act and react as they go through life. We don't know what book you read that from, but the discard the data that nature has deposited in the brain for their own guidance. Okay, fair enough. The information that our innermost, our divine nature has given to us as deposited into our mind. Perhaps it was something in the translation. Perhaps it was just, Master Samael wrote 60 books over a very long period of time. We always like to emphasize how before his disincarnation, he told his disciples that they really only need to focus on 4 or 5 of his books. So he wrote a lot. He wrote a lot outside of the threshold of those 4 or 5, and he made many mistakes. He wrote many things that later, I say, recanted or one of the reasons why in our live streams we focus, Benjamin says, it is an excerpt from the lecture Particularities of Objective Reason, Mexico City. Oh, we haven't read it, so we'll take your word for it. And if it was a lecture, Mexico City, then we also have to recognize that he was using language that he felt appropriate for the audience that he was speaking to. And in his day, just as today, the general consensus was that the mind was in the brain. So he could very easily have used that word brain, and instead of saying divine, he would have said nature, because if he had to keep it secular, or he had to like ease the audience into a discussion of metaphysical or divine nature, then he would have chosen to use words and language that can basically take a modern contemporary secular audience and take them by the hand and handhold them slowly, step by step, easing them into some of the deeper esoteric topics, which, quite frankly, the vast majority of people are simply not ready to hear. They don't have the capacity to even begin to understand it. And so they have to be given some sort of a stepping stone, some sort of an option for them to be able to grasp in some capacity, and open the door to more intricate and deeper explorations of the subject matter. So coming back to trying to bring synthesis to this whole topic, we promised you a case study, a very practical, meaningful case study, and the inspiration for today's live stream. And that was an experience of ours last week. And it relates to this video that we've been working on. Now, we have a close friend of ours who is a graphic designer and an artist and an animator, and we've known him since childhood. He's been a childhood friend, and we often share with him some of our struggles or progress or lack thereof on our work, especially when that work is of a visual narrative, technical nature, like a video is. So he's very well versed in the challenges that we've been facing with this video, especially related to its length. And we were on the phone with him early last week, and he said, well, have you considered dividing it into chunks? Because we told him, I said, it's too long. We can't get it under 10 minutes, let alone 5. And he said, well, have you considered like chunking it? And something in us snapped. And it was, well, we know who it was. We know what it was. It was that thing that was desperate to control everything, right? It was fear. But of course, it snapped in anger. It expressed as anger. And we went on a bit of a tirade, and we berated our friend because he's been on our case for a long time now about how our videos are too long and we have to make them shorter because people don't have attention spans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He's always on about this because he watches a lot of experts in the social media space, et cetera, and he listens to their seminars and he listens to their podcasts. He's, he tries to stay up to speed on the best practices in those areas. And so we kind of took out our frustration on him, saying, just get off our case about it. It's like, of course we've thought about it. We thought of everything. We thought about everything, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We just went on a tirade and was quite unpleasant for him, and it was quite certainly equally.
Yeah, if not more.
And then, that's, what, we got over it, we got past it, finished the rest of the conversation. We changed the topic, finished the rest of the conversation. Friday came along, and Friday morning, we had a very, very productive morning. And Friday morning was revealed to us part 3 of the video. It needs to be its own section, formatted exactly the same way as the first 2 parts were formatted. Because I already had part 1 and part 2 of the video about the human condition. Part 1 related to the word human, part 2 related to the word condition. And up until that point, I believed, because I thought, right, my mind had imposed its own map, its own vision, its own belief. Intuitively, I knew that the video has to be in separate parts, but I was still constrained by this idea of one video. And the mind had expressed or imposed its vision, its belief on that the conclusion to the video is just going to be tacked on to part 2. And then Friday was revealed to me, no, the conclusion of your video is part 3. You're writing a 3-act play. It's a film in 3 acts. And so the final act deserves the same treatment as the first 2 acts. The same structure, the same treatment, the same tropes, the same visual language. And when I timed it all out, each one of those parts can come in at roughly 5 minutes. So my original intuition of a 5-minute video and what my friend was suggesting, 5-minute video, and why he suggested to chunk it into parts was correct. In fact, I was already doing it that way. I had already done parts 1 and 2 that way. I just didn't realize that's what I was doing, because my mind, my beliefs, my fear, my desire to control was getting in the way. But I was following my turn-by-turn navigation. It's just my mind was casting shadows into the future about where we were headed, about where we were going, about what the final product was going to be. And I was getting no internal guidance on that. I was only getting internal turn-by-turn navigation. But a third party came. My very good friend, my best friend came to be a sign, to be a voice for me, because of this situation, this relationship that I was so focused and so concentrated and so funneled into this hardwired, hard-coded idea about what I was creating, which was hard-coded into, well, human condition, 2 parts, 2-part video. I couldn't see the forest for the trees. I couldn't get no, you need a part 3. And my friend planted the seed earlier in the week, but it was revealed to me and just unfolded on that Friday morning. So that afternoon, I called him to apologize, and I told him that he was right. I told him that not only should I have listened to him, not only did he not deserve the rant that I went on, but that his suggestion is actually the solution that I had been working towards the whole time. This video that we've been working on it since March. And it took us a month to get over 40 pages of written voiceover, of written dialogue, basically, and over 80 slides, complete slides, PowerPoint slides, to go along with those 40 pages of explanation. And we did that in 1 month, the entire month of March to April. So from April to now, that's been what? April, May, June, July, August, September, and now almost to the end of October. At least 6 months, 6.5 months, whittling that down to basically 6 pages. Three videos of 2 pages each, and basically what's going to end up being 3 5-minute videos, which I will also cut together into a 15-minute version. And then once that is complete, I'll be able to select out just the absolute essential slides and information and cut a single, what we call TLDW version, or too long didn't watch version. So a single 5-minute video. But the 3-part version will also be 5-minute videos. So part 1 of 2, 2 of 2, and 3 of 3 will, each one of those will be roughly 5 minutes, give or take. So you see, I had the intuition of what it needed to be, and my friend was acting on his intuition of what it needed to be. But I was not given the roadmap in that sense. The first month, I was given many of the sights and sounds and the points of interest that we have to see along the way, along the route.
Yeah, it takes time.
And I knew generally where we were going, what the destination was going to be. But the actual real route only unfolded via the turn-by-turn internal GPS, or to use the road map, to use the road trip analogy, the turn-by-turn GPS. But the ego comes along, and the ego starts creating attachments to things and identifications with things. Oh, okay, must be where we're going. And it's got to look like this, and it's got to be like this. And the intuition of it's got to be 5 minutes suddenly becomes a sword of Damocles hanging over our head. Oh, if you don't get it under 5 minutes. And so this whole topic we're sharing with you today because we've been living this since March. Because this video is an absolute essential cornerstone, foundation stone for the Attlas project and the whole of our life's work moving forward. This thing that we are working on, we have to get this right. And we will get it right. But our ego, our demon of fear and of control, has been taking every opportunity to exploit the importance of this project, to get us to interfere with our turn-by-turn GPS and interfere with our capacity to hear the signs when we receive them, even from our best friend. signs and internal GPS and maps and visions and all the rest of it, right? It's not always just, lightning and clouds and, sunbeams and rainbows and unicorns. It can be a very messy, sloppy enterprise. Go and watch some rally racing to see what a messy and sloppy and imperfect exercise it is. For a driver and a navigator to go on the, to make the race to go on the journey that they're going on. And this experience this week, we just felt that we wanted to share it with you, and the different aspects, all the different aspects, map, GPS, signs, directions, all of it came into play and synthesized in the unfolding of our journey, our spiritual journey related to this video, which is going to be a summary explanation of the whole of the human condition and meaning of life in a way that even a child can understand it. In 15 minutes. And there will be a 5-minute version as well. But to be fair, in 3 5-minute videos. And so a 15-minute explanation for the whole of the human condition and its meaning. It's the meaning of life. It's meaning, our purpose. It's never been attempted before. The closest thing that we can think of that anybody's ever actually come close to achieving it is Hamlet's speech, the to be or not to be speech. But guess what? Nobody understands what that means. Everybody thinks that Hamlet is talking about committing suicide. Nobody gets it. And the 10,000 years of recorded human history, give or take, no one has been able to synthesize into a form that, well, that's what we were attempting to do, and that's why it's taking so long. And along the way, it's affording us the types of experiences and the types of learning opportunity that are not happening by accident, and they're not happening just for our benefit. They're happening for your benefit. Because this entire live stream and the ability for you to relate your own journey to very practical, real, tangible, and easy to understand analogies. You've been on a road trip. Go and watch some rally driving, some rally racing. Watch the relationship between navigator and driver. Listen to them talk to each other. Listen to them talk about their job. Or you going on a road trip and with someone who plays the roles of navigator for you, or you and your GPS, whatever. You now have these analogies. You have a way for you to contextualize and understand better the spiritual journey, and that all of these tools have their analogous phenomena inside of you. And that by developing and following your nose, following in your gut, is the way to develop and observe yourself and meditate to increase the bandwidth, to increase your connection to these capacities. Reconnect with your internal navigator. That's the key. And remember that you don't need a map. The rally driver doesn't have a map. He's not looking at a map. He's listening to his navigator. Sometimes we're not given a map, or the map is a very rough map. It's a very vague map. It says, yeah, I'm here, I want to get there. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff between here and there. But the internal turn-by-turn navigation, that's what matters. And just like your GPS, that internal, if you do get lost, if you do get veered off the track, the GPS will recalculate a new route, a new navigation to get you back on track, to get you back on the right road, as it did me this week. Monday, when I was losing my patience and losing my temper with my friend, and all my frustrations about how I'm never going to get this video down to 5 minutes. It's 10 minutes. How am I going to get this down to 5 minutes? And then he says, well, why don't you chunk it? And all I heard, my ego mind interfered and heard that, why don't you chunk it? And it said, like, why do you keep pressuring me to get this shorter and shorter? Why are you adding to my frustration? Why are you making things more difficult for me? Why are you, right? It was all of these rationalizations and judgments and all of this frustration that I really was feeling in myself, because my ego had attached itself. It had exploited this 5-minute mark to use it as a weapon against me, as a means to cause me suffering and frustration, and to agonize over that 5-minute limit. And now my friend was coming and saying, well, why don't you do this and why don't you do that? Why don't you change the makeup of the whole thing just so you can get the 5 minutes? You know, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. But all of that was ego illusion. In fact, the whole time I was working towards 3 5-minute videos. The whole time I had been working towards it. I was following the turn-by-turn navigation. I just didn't realize that's where it was taking me. And I wouldn't realize it for another 4 days. But then I would arrive, and then I would see in the distance, there's where we're going. And my friend who was giving me directions there was 100% right. The sign I received was correct. I was not in a position, I was not in the right to tell him no, to tell him he was wrong and tell him to get off my back. That was ego, that was fear, that was control doing the talking. So again, sharing this with you, that's why the channel is called Attlas Information, because as many people have said in the past, the spiritual journey is not about the destination. Spirituality is not about the destination. It's about the journey. And we've taken the risk. We're on here. We're sharing our imperfect nature and our stumbling along the way, and how we too fumble and stumble and trip and fall, and just like all of us, we get lost on that road trip. We get punctured tires. We run out of gas. We get hungry, and I got to stop at the rest stop, and then we eat something that sours our stomach, and then the rest of the trip we're stopping at every gas station to use the toilet. Right? It happens. And it happens on the spiritual journey, and it happens to us, just like it happens to everybody else. Because the adversary is clever and subtle, and depending on our level and depending on the mountain that we're here to climb, maybe even very, very, very clever and very, very, very subtle and very, very, very powerful. And we might think that we know our adversary, but our adversary knows us. Okay, that's the thing about playing chess. You might think you know your opponent well, but that opponent's been playing that match with you just as long as you've been playing with them. And they've seen all of your tricks and tactics just like you've watched theirs.
Yeah.
The adversary is always matched mano a mano. We're always, it's always a challenge.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what level we're at. There's always going to be, and if you want to use a football analogy, right? American football, the opposing team is always going to have players who are running interference.
Yeah.
That's an actual term from American football,
Yeah,
right? Running interference. Their whole job on that field is to basically screw with the quarterback and screw with the wide receivers and whatnot to try to intercept the ball or get them to drop the ball or miss the pass, or in other words,
yeah,
running interference, or interfering with the defense or interfering with the offense. It's a whole key of American football. American football is very tactical and strategic, not like soccer, not like European, not like world football.
yeah. So the adversary is basically like the team's coach who watches all of their games, analyzes them, and yeah,
Exactly,
and
exactly.
the players do not do that. So yeah,
No. Well, the players learn the plays,
yeah, they do.
but you're right. But it's the coach and the management who before a game they go and they study footage, they study videos of the team that they're about to play, especially before Super Bowl. They will study the entire season. So if a team is playing the San Francisco 49ers, they will study all the video of all the games that the 49ers played that season. And they will try to learn all of their plays, all of their tactics, all of their strategies. The average and a smart chess player does the same thing. The grandmasters, before they go to the world championships, they figure out who they're going to be playing, and then they work with their coaches to go and study the games, the openings that they use, the middle games, the end games. What pieces do they like to use? What strategies, tactics do they like to use? Because everybody has a preference.
Yeah,
When you do these things, and our adversary is no different. Our adversary is studying us, just like we're trying to study them, because it's a them, our adversary. Um, is there anything else that you can think of about taking a trip, taking a road trip? Um, the only other thing that, because one of the things that we did mention in the graphic for the live stream was gut, right? Nose. Follow your nose. Follow your gut. This is something that um, whenever we're traveling, we always try to do is keep ourselves open to discovery, because lots of times if we're not one of these planning types, we don't like, we know there are people in our family, for example, who are planners,
mm,
and they plan everything. Their entire lives are planned out in advance. We don't like that for the very reason that we it's hard to follow your internal GPS. It's hard to listen to your internal GPS when you already have mapped everything out and you've
yeah,
decided where you're going to go, when you're going to go. So you're on this journey and you're saying, okay, you're trying to keep to a schedule and everything, and then all of a sudden someone says, oh, I heard about this, we really need to go see this, these locals said, oh, we shouldn't pass this up. And now you have an ego conflict because you're like, oh no, but my schedule says we have to be here at this hour and there at that hour, and if we're not there at that hour, we'll miss a taxi and then we won't be back there, and blah blah blah. Right?
yeah,
So this is the problem with plans and planning, and having everything mapped out and planned out to the letter, to the last node, because then you're not open to serendipity and discovery and all sorts of, you know, you happen to run into somebody, right? You're on a road trip and you happen to run into a friend from high school that you haven't seen in 20 years. They just happen to be passing through, and the same diner that you decided to stop at to get gas and get some food, and they just happen to be passing through. You haven't seen them in 20 years. What are you going to do? Say to them, "Oh no, I'd love to sit and chat, but I can't because I got to go because I'm on the schedule and da da da." No, spend half an hour with them.
yeah,
or whatever. There's a million possibilities, especially when you're traveling. There's always someone to say, "Oh, did you see the such and such down the road?" Like, well, I'm on my way to, you know, so and so. Oh yeah, but it's on your way. It's only 15, maybe 20 minutes out of your way. You go up here, you go there, you get to see that. It's really beautiful this time of year. Take some pictures, and then you can go back to the highway and keep going.
Yeah.
It's no big deal. So this is, think about, it would be interesting, you know, to watch. Have you ever seen National Lampoon's Vacation? Do you know what I'm talking about? With Chevy Chase.
Which one?
The movie's called National Lampoon's Vacation.
No, I haven't seen
It's
it.
from the 80s. Chevy Chase takes his family on a road trip to Wally World.
Oh.
It's a euphemism for Disney World.
Yeah.
And they go on this road trip across the United States, and it's all of the calamities that happened to him and this family going on this road trip. It's all the nightmarish circumstances that happen to them, but they're also hilarious circumstances too.
I guess you could watch even a movie like Hangover movies just to see what happens if you do not listen to your navigator.
Or Mr. Bean's Holiday.
Yeah.
Mr. Bean's
Yeah,
Holiday.
exactly. That would be more fun.
It would be interesting to watch some of these comedies through the lens of what we just talked about today, because having a sense of humor about things is very healthy on the spiritual journey.
Yeah.
Not taking ourselves too seriously is very helpful, because you don't want to not take your spiritual journey seriously. Your spiritual journey is, you want to take it seriously, but you don't want to take yourself too seriously.
No. Like
Remember,
that video you sent us.
The middle way, right? The middle way. And so, yeah, watching any of these road trip comedy movies. But then there's also a movie like Thelma and Louise.
Yeah.
Which is also a kind of a road trip movie, but it's I guess a. And then there's Driving Miss Daisy with Morgan Freeman and Jessica Tandy, which was released in the late 80s, late 80s. And it won the Academy Award for Best Picture and Best Supporting Actor. And that's also a road trip movie.
Yeah.
And then there's Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is a road trip movie. All quests, all journeys qualify. You really think about it. It's just Lord of the Rings is very specific, because they know we're going to Mordor. They know exactly where they're going. But they don't know how they're going to get there.
Yeah.
In fact, even Frodo says we're going to in the Council of Lord Elrond in Rivendell. Everybody's arguing with each other over the ring, over what they're going to do with the ring. And Frodo stands up and he says, "I will take the ring to Mordor." And nobody hears him. And he has to speak up, "I will take the ring to Mordor." And then nobody hears him. And he has to shout, "I will take the ring to Mordor." And everybody hushes up.
Yeah.
He says, "I will take the ring to Mordor. Only I don't know the way." It's this beautiful scene.
Yeah.
And Sam and Frodo's journey. And this is another interesting, important aspect. And sometimes we will have to leave companions behind.
Yeah.
Because there's that there's that scene in Lord of the Rings where Sam and Frodo decide he has to leave the Fellowship behind.
Yeah.
And Sam says, "Yes, I know you do, and I'm coming with you."
Yeah.
Frodo says, "I have to do this alone, Sam." And Sam says, "Yes, I know you do, Mr. Frodo, and I'm coming with you." But again, this brings us back to the rally racing. You can't do rally racing without a navigator. And a navigator can't do rally racing without a driver. The navigator has the information. The navigator knows where they're going and how to get there, and all of the obstacles and all of the challenges that they're going to face. The navigator has that information, not the driver, the navigator. But the driver has his hands on the wheel and the shifter and the gas pedal and the brake. This is the relationship between innermost being and the human soul and the physical vehicle. There are levels and levels and levels and levels to comprehending the reason why we chose road trip as our analogy here. Because you and I, we're just a physical vehicle for our inner navigator.
Yeah.
And our human soul, our consciousness, that aspect of our true self, of our monad, is the driver. And everything else is trying to cause interference and trying to cut us off from our navigator and tell us to, no, take it into your own hands. Do your own thing, go your own way. But all of that, do what I want to do. I want to do what I want to do. The driver says, I don't want to go to Dakar. Who cares about Dakar? I don't want to go to Paris, whatever. Who cares? I want to go and do my own thing. All of that is an illusion. All of that is just ego.
Yeah.
But the car is a powerful analogy because it's a vehicle. But like Sam and Frodo, it can't. Frodo needs Sam. Sam is the physical body, the mind, the emotions, the strength. Frodo is the innermost, who carries the burden of the ring. He is the master of the precious, Gollum says, the Smeagol.
Yeah.
Says of Frodo. Yes, Smeagol swears. Smeagol swears to serve the master of the precious. But we all know that Smeagol is enslaved by the precious, is enslaved by Gollum. So there you have those three personifications of the divine soul, the innermost being, the human soul, the physical body, and then the ego that's pretending to lead them in the right direction, but Gollum is leading them to Shelob, the spider,
Yeah.
right? Every one of these stories, every one of these analogies, every one of these, all of it is trying to get us to look at ourselves and see ourselves and our own spiritual journey, our own life's journey. And in a very real sense, you can look at all those 6,500 mythologies and fairy tales and legends and folklore and scriptures that Joseph Campbell studied in The Hero with a Thousand Faces. And you can comprehend that every single last one of those 6,500 stories were all attempting to do one thing and one thing alone: to share with us the general conceptual archetypal map of every single last one of our spiritual journeys. Every single one of those heroes' journeys, in every film and movie and everything you've ever seen, be it Star Wars, Star Trek, it doesn't matter. Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, the New Testament, Old Testament, Epic of Gilgamesh, Story of Noah, Story of Job, the Arthurian legends, the Ring Cycle by Wagner, all the Shakespearean plays, on and on and on and on, the fairy tales, the folklores, the legends, all of them are just trying to help you be prepared for, and to comprehend the nature of your own spiritual journey.
Yeah.
Benjamin says, yes, man is not born to cry. Not sure in what reference. We cry all the time. Tears of joy. That is true, he says. Jesus also was guided by his Father in heaven, which is why he said, for I have not spoken of myself, but the Father which sent me. He gave me a commandment, what I should say and what I should speak. John 29. Okay, there you go. Very apropos to what we were saying earlier about getting to a point where you become the loudspeaker for your internal GPS. And you are able to, as Benjamin expressed here, you recognize that you are a servant, like what we've said about Lumiere and Beauty and the Beast, and that he has a song, Be Our Guest.
Yeah.
And there's that lyric in that song, life is so unnerving for a servant who's not serving. He's not whole without a soul to wait upon. And where? There we go. And there's Lumiere, right? That's one of our memes that you surely have seen. And how the whole castle is derelict and dead and fallen into disrepair. The beast is in hibernation, angry and frustrated and miserable and bitter. And the beauty enters the castle. Belle, her name means beauty. And all of a sudden, all of the faculties come to life. And the animal comes alive. And all of a sudden, it's all about serving the beauty. And Lumiere, he's a candelabra. It's menorah, right? The Jewish candle with all the candle holder with all the, we light the menorah. It's the menorah. But now he's three, right? So it's reduced, but it's still a trinity, right? Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. That's the light. That's Lumiere. But he's a servant of the light. He serves beauty. Be our guest. And that's the perfect line. Life is so unnerving. We're not whole without a soul to wait upon. That soul that we're waiting upon is our innermost, our divine soul, but also other souls, because service to humanity. And if we're not doing that, then we're not on our spiritual mission. We're not on point. There's something awry, something amiss. And that causes us to be unnerved. It's unnerving not to be fulfilling our role as a servant. And that nervousness, that tension, that lack, that feeling of lack of importance, lack of being special, lack of meaning in our life. Well, that's how we try to fill it. The ego tries to fill that hole in our heart with all this junk, all these identifications, and all these material trappings, and all these addictions, and all this other crap, entertainment, and all the other garbage that the ego fills our mind with, and our heart with, and our physical sensations, our desires, right? To try to fill the void that is left by the simple fact that we are not serving, that we are not following, that we are not, as Benjamin said here, is we are not being the vehicle. We're not being the driver, and the vehicle. We're not driving our vehicle together with our innermost navigator. Benjamin says, in the movie Anonymous, the main character, Edward de Vere, also said that he is unable to stop writing, for the voices in him compelled him to do those works, which turned out as the works of Shakespeare. He's being guided by his innermost. We haven't watched that movie, so we won't comment on it, but the plays of Shakespeare were written by Francis Bacon. And Francis Bacon is actually Count Saint Germain. So the movie Anonymous, no doubt, is trying to, as best as it can, who knows what, but it's putting forth, again, we have to watch the movie to be for sure, but it's obviously touching on, it's planting the seed in the consciousness of the people watching it that, Shakespeare was a pen name. There really was a Shakespeare. But regardless, the point that Benjamin is making in the quote that he's giving here is that, yes, when you feel compelled in that way to do something or write something and it's coming from your heart, that's on point. That's part of your mission. That's part of your journey. And that's your internal navigator saying, right, left, over bump, over crest, slow down, speed up. That's the internal guidance that we're receiving on that journey. A journey that, again, we don't know where it's going necessarily. When we were compelled to write our poem, Ratatoskr and the Seed, we sat down and began writing it, but we didn't know where it was going. We never knew that we were going to find this image. It's the perfect image. We had no idea, but it showed up, and we had no idea. We wrote every single line, every single rhyming couplet, just one after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. We had no idea where it was going, where it would end, how long it would be. It didn't matter. And then it ended in a way that, for us anyway, it left us in tears.
Yeah, it's hard to write articles or even blogs, actually, because our egos always try to add their points to whatever we are writing or typing. So when we wrote articles in the past, some of them were really good, where we actually took dictation from our innermost, and some articles which weren't. So it's a long learning experience for sure. And a lot has to be deleted at times. So the whole thing really takes a long time, just like making these live streams into 10 minutes, like a compilation of sorts. That really takes longer than you would expect.
No, we know how long it takes, because it, like we said,
Yeah,
took us a month to do 44 pages and 80 slides. It's taken us 6 months to distill that down to 6 pages.
yeah,
It's much, much, much harder to write succinctly and impactfully and succinctly than it is to write long, flowery, embellished. That's why long form uh, writing, let's say in novels, right?
yeah,
Um, Even though it's more popular, once upon a time, it was it was just well regarded. It was poets who were more highly respected. Literature, like long form storytelling, was like looked down upon. Not looked down upon. It's not the right. Even at some point in the past, like great epics were written as epic poems.
yeah,
There was a split that took place at one point, and um, when literature was broken into poetry and prose. But at one point, there was no distinction between the two. If you wanted to write a long form story, you still had to write it in verse. Um, but regardless, that's why one of the great art forms in Japan is haiku,
yeah,
right? And writing, this very, very short, little, succinct, very hard to write.
yeah.
To
Very hard
do
to
it,
read and understand as well.
yeah, to do
That's
it
why I
well,
like it.
to do it well, to yes, exactly, exactly. It's very, 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 and that's there's a lot to be said for the same thing. Like in Japan, a lot of their art forms are like this, like flower arranging,
Yeah,
and they have tea ceremony. A lot of it is very, very simple, like with all of the embellishments, everything stripped away. It's very, very hard to do very well.
yeah,
A Zen garden, a Japanese garden, um, it's it's so deceptively simple. It's so hard to do that well.
yeah,
But if you're following your innermost, it's easy and it's relaxing and it's a meditation.
yeah,
And that's interesting. It's not easy, but guess what? Relaxation, concentration, and meditation is not easy.
no, it's not.
But once you get into that place, what comes through it is effortless,
Yeah,
if that makes any sense.
it does.
And it's like every time we're on our journey and we're to get into the zone, if you will, we connect with our inner navigator, and then all of our faculties can be focused on two efforts: input and output.
Yeah,
And that, if we're really in the zone, if we're really achieving yug, right, relegare,
mm,
then those two efforts of input and output become fused together as one, and we call it throughput.
Yeah.
And then we are truly a vessel, a vehicle, a servant, a conduit, a messenger. And it's effortless. We made the effort to make the connection to get into the zone. And now that we're there, what flows through comes naturally, spontaneously, easily, effortlessly, because we made the effort already.
Yeah.
It's
Or like when our lives get so severe that we realize basically that we don't have to feel depressed or feel like frustrated about our life situation just because our life situation is bad. we we don't have to. It only consumes our energy in the end.
that, of course, that encompasses, again, bringing back to the analogy of rally racing.
Yeah,
Rally racing
isn't easy.
isn't easy. Even
No.
if you watch it, you look at it and you like you'll feel yourself. You'll if you watch like the point of view stuff, like
Yeah.
with the camera in the car, you'll be like, "Oh, I can't believe that these guys don't have a heart attack doing this."
Yeah, yeah.
But once you become good at it, and the only reason why you would become good at it is because there's something about it which drives you
Yeah.
to become good at it. And once you become good at it, it's a joy. There's nothing in the world you'd rather be doing than rally racing
Yeah.
and rally driving. And your spiritual journey is like that. That you will face any challenge and you will face down whatever obstacle uh, that comes your way, and you will give yourself completely to the guidance of your inner navigator in
Yeah.
order to overcome those obstacles and challenges, because our spiritual journey, much like the race to the rally driver, makes us feel more alive
Yeah.
than we do in any other endeavor.
Yeah, exactly. It's more about ending up in that state where we are alive, basically.
Yeah, the state of being.
Instead of like, yeah, I don't care. It's so bad right now that I don't care. That is like setting yourself up for failure, basically, because it's back to that question, to be or not to be.
And the real test, the real challenge, and it's not easy to do, but if you can get there, the real challenge is to face even the forces inside of us that that are the cause of our depression, anxiety, what makes us our and apathy.
Yeah,
Those forces inside of us that want to convince us that we don't care. They want to
yeah,
convince us to give up, to not give a shit,
yeah, yeah,
and then and then realize that that too is part of the journey.
yeah. The major cause for our depression was basically lust because we had no energy. So we had no energy to feel positive feelings or whatever. So that was the first cause.
Mm-hmm.
And we faced it directly. So now I'm not depressed, basically. I do not feel depressed, as it were. So even though some things are still challenging structurally, um, I'm in a good place.
Well, that's
Even
good.
though it has brought much destruction into my life.
Hmm.
But again, it's more a question to be or not to be, rather than identifying with the destruction that it has brought. So we have to keep our, we have to follow our nose, basically.
Benjamin chimes in here about haikus. He said haiku is very cryptic. Maybe there are lots of esoteric masters in Japan, as it's shown in their arts. Haiku is, yes, very cryptic is one way to put it. Very suggestive, very evocative is what it is.
Yeah.
Japanese art is there to evoke. Japanese art is there to plant a seed.
Yeah.
The rest is up to you.
I'm actually watching an animated series called Diezera. It's like 12 episodes, and it's so very cryptic that you would have to watch it like 100 times over, because it's so condensed and so symbolic that we always come back to that series all the time.
It's an anime?
Yeah, it is.
What's it called?
Diezera, like the Requiem that Mozart wrote. They actually have some pieces of music from Mozart in that series. They were inspired, in fact, by Mozart when it comes to their music.
Oh, Desira, okay. It is time to exactly. Oh, okay, no, that's a character from some video game. How do you spell it?
Let's see, there's a chat here, so I could write it here.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
So I typed in Desira, but I got I got a character from a video game.
This chat isn't like public, right? I mean, I could.
Oh, you put it
always...
in the private chat. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
DS era. Okay.
Yeah.
You.
The Day of Wrath in English, basically, it's the Latin word for the Day of Wrath.
Okay, so I found the Wikipedia page. Yeah. Wow, there's not much of a. All right. Well, I have it now. So I was going to put it on the screen for people to see, but you put a YouTube link here.
Yeah.
But I better not do that. I better not show that in on the screen, because I'll get into trouble.
I'll write it. No, I can write the name in the YouTube chat as well.
Yeah, so it's here.
It's definitely worthwhile, because it's basically like it's more than Game of Thrones in one single like season, if you will. They only made so that's basically when it comes to severity that we face in our life. So you can watch it on your own spare time, basically.
Are all of the episodes on YouTube?
No, actually, we go to a site called Go Anime. So we just watch them there. So and it's free, of course.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's a good. Benjamin, thanks you for sharing Perfect for Leisure Time. All right. Well, speaking of not knowing where we're going to end up and when we're going to get there, let's open it up to anyone who wants to share anything or any other examples of anything that you might think is important to mention on the spiritual journey and how the road and how what analogous real world examples can we use to help contextualize and help prepare ourselves and help us to grasp some of the challenges that we might face and some of the tools that we can turn to help us in our sort of spiritual road trips. I'd leave it open for anyone to offer any more analogies or case studies, examples, experiences, anything else you want to share. I'll just leave it. If no one has anything to add, then this journey has come to an end. This live stream has come to an end, and we've made it to Wally World.
Yeah. Time for a pee break.
Exactly. Yes, go and get some bad roadside food, and use the well, here in North America anyway, because they can have some pretty nasty toilets. Today's live stream is really helpful. Thank you, as it seems that this is another serendipitous moment from the divine. Well, it's always good to hear. We appreciate such feedback, of course, and again, we were inspired to do this live stream because of our own experience last week, and just another example of being humbled and being reminded that how far we have yet to go on our journey, and that
I might say one more thing. When you enter that website, it's basically filled with like pop-up ads, so get yourself an ad blocker if you are going to watch it.
Right. Oh, sure. Yeah. That site. We'll probably watch it on IPTV.
Yeah.
So we won't have to worry about that stuff.
Let's just say there's a reason there it's for free.
It's free. Yeah. No. Yeah. Nothing. Yeah. In other words, another way to say that, Azazel, is that nothing in life is free.
No, exactly.
Nothing on the internet is free. The stuff that the stuff that you think is free, it's not really free. This live stream is free.
Yeah.
And it really is free.
Yeah.
But this is a rarity in the internet world. Even the things that you think are free, it's not free. The information and stuff that they're getting from you and everything else.
Well, here we might just pay attention.
That's right. Yeah. Benjamin says you can also try a free trial on Crunchyroll. I guess that's another anime site.
Oh, right. Yeah, I think it might be on Crunchyroll as well.
Yeah, it might be.
Perhaps more safer for those who do not have an ad blocker or do not know how to install it and all that.
Alternatively, anybody who has any road trip stories that they want to share,
yeah,
you can always do that too. I can break the ice on that, I suppose. I once was invited to stay with a friend for a couple days in Vancouver, and now normally you would fly from Toronto to Vancouver, but because I had never seen the Rocky Mountains, I decided that I was going to fly into Edmonton and then drive. I rented a Mustang convertible, and I drove over the Rocky Mountains into Vancouver. But the challenge was that nobody told me that the North American Boy Scout and Girl Scout Jamboree was taking place in British Columbia at that exact time. And this is no word of a lie. Every single hotel room in the entire province was booked. There was no vacancy anywhere. So as I was driving, because I arrived in Edmonton in the evening, and I rented this car, and it must have been what 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, something like that. The sun was still up, but it was going down. I said, well, I'll drive for a while and I'll just find a motel. I'll spend the night, and then I'll get up early next morning, and I'll do the rest of the trip in the morning, and I'll arrive in Vancouver noon or early afternoon or whatever. Every place that I stopped or I slowed down to look at, every single place had a sign outside, no vacancy, no vacancy, no vacancy. But it also said, many of the places also said, welcome scouts. And then underneath it said, no vacancy. So this was a road trip that I ended up driving over the Rocky Mountains, through the Rocky Mountains, all night, the middle of the night. And you know how in other places, you'll be driving out in the wilderness or whatever, and they'll have signs like, watch out for deer. At one point, I had to stop the car, and I was going on the Trans-Canada Highway, by the way. This is the highway that spans from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. And I had to stop because in the middle of the road were 3 gigantic, and I mean gigantic, mountain rams. And one of them was like lying down in the middle of the road. And they were like, these things were like enormous. They were like bigger than my car. And they were just, and they weren't frozen in the headlights or anything. They were just, doing ram stuff. But they were just sitting there in the middle of the Trans-Canada Highway. And I had to wait. I couldn't get around them. They were taking up 2 lanes of the Trans-Canada Highway. And I'm like, if a truck is going to come the other way, you guys are going to get, well, I was thinking, you know what, these guys are going to do as much damage to the truck as the truck does to them.
Yeah.
But so I ended up all night driving through the mountains. But what an amazing experience to be able to see the mountain. Again, it was a clear sky, so all the stars and everything, and I had the convertible top down. So I got to drive through the mountains, seeing the mountains, but all in like blue shadow and stuff, and it was phenomenal. It was an incredible experience. But again, it's just one of these road trip experiences where something unexpected came that resulted in an incredible experience that I otherwise wouldn't have had, because had there been a room vacant, I would have gone into a hotel, and then the next day I would have finished the trip from Edmonton to Vancouver, but with traffic and everything else. And I certainly wouldn't have met a family of mountain, these rams in the middle of the night. And I was the only car on the Trans-Canada Highway, like going through the mountains at night. Because who does that, right? Who does that?
Yeah.
Well, we did that. Benjamin says, but again, not planned, right? Not planned. None of it was planned. Actually, to be honest with you, none of it was planned. Benjamin says, I like playing racing games on PS4, especially Gran Turismo 7, and it would get me sometimes into a meditative state and realize that life's journey is like this game, developing the ability to discern and drive in a right way in order to avoid pitfalls and wasting time, which is why meditation and preserving life's energy is also vital in the journey. I would invite you, Benjamin, to take this comment that you just wrote and copy paste it as a comment on our blog. We have one of the topics that we talked about We have an article called Video Games Ascending to Higher Art. Here it is here. And there's the link in the chat. Take that comment that you just wrote here in the chat. We invite you to post it as a comment under this article. Right here at the bottom. You can leave a reply. Because in this article, we talk about video games and how yeah, it'd be cool. How video games can serve us. Not all video games, to be sure, and playing video games is not going to take you to enlightenment just automatically. Nothing will. But in this article, we talk about our experience, some of our experiences with video games, and so your addition of that comment there would be beneficial, and especially because we're going to be looking at writing books in the very near future, and this is one of the topics that we've been thinking about turning into a book because it's topical, and we think that it might be able to reach a greater audience. But we'll see. But it also, we might condense it and put the video games in with because we have another article on sci-fi, fantasy, video games, etc. And we might just dedicate a book to that, to genre entertainment, right? Genre forms of art, and include video games in that. But anyway, we'll see. That's down the road. We have to finish this video that we're working on first, and then we'll see where. We know that, again, this is that road trip that we're working on now. When we get to the end of this road trip, it's going to open up new opportunities, and we'll have to wait and see what our inner GPS tells us. Where do we go from here? Where do we go next? All right. Anything else? We're at the 3-hour mark. Anything else? Anyone else? Anything anyone else would like to share or ask? Now is the time, because we think that everyone needs a washroom break. Everybody wants to needs to pull over the side of the road and take a break from this journey that we've been on this afternoon. So we'll give someone, if someone has something they'd like to ask or share, we'll give you an opportunity to type it. It would be nice, to be honest with you, it would be nice if StreamYards would have some kind of indicator when someone was typing a comment, but they don't.
Yeah.
So if you're typing a long comment, probably it's a good idea, if we ask you, does anybody have anything else to share, type a quick comment saying, yes, I do.
Before you actually write. Yeah.
Yeah, and then start working on the long comment. At least then we'll know that we need to wait. But as it stands, we'll give it another minute or so and then call it a night. We're glad that a few of you seem to find this beneficial today. This is in our by our estimation, this is like some of the real rubber meets the road kind of stuff that is what really matters here and now for us. As you know, we're the vehicles, right? We're the drivers here in that analogy, and without us, you know, our innermost can't complete his journey.
No, exactly.
And without him, we can't complete our journey. We can get distracted, we can get lost, we can get confused, and we can get self-absorbed in running off and wandering around all hell's half acre and wasting an entire lifetime doing that. Many people do.
Yeah.
So what we were talking about today Again, like so many of the things that we're compelled to share and directions we're compelled to go, it's all about trying to give a modern, contemporary, accessible, identifiable framework to understand what the spiritual journey really is, and that all of us are being prepared for it and have been being prepared for it all our life.
Yeah, definitely.
And so the more we can bring it down to earth and give you the real world, as above so below, give you these real world ways for you to understand and grasp and grapple with the subject matter, it's not going to make the journey any easier, but it will make your relationship and your ability to cope and handle that journey easier when you can see it in terms and understand that, okay, I know how to do this. I've done this before,
Yeah.
just in a different context. Benjamin says, what can you say about some people who are not seeking to know themselves and their innermost? How can we be of service? How can we be of service to them? Or how someone who is not seeking to know themselves and their innermost, how someone like that can be of service? Because there are many people who they may even be pratyeka Buddhas. They might just came here to do some good works and work a little bit on their self and go back to nirvana. So everybody has free will. Everybody does what they feel they need to do. People who are just pursuing pleasure, hedonism, experience, they want to travel, they want to see things, they want to do things. That's their prerogative. What can we do for them? How can we be of service to them? Follow your heart. Listen to your heart. What does your heart tell you they need? And the best that we can do for anyone is plant a seed with them on that level. If you're talking about someone who's not seeking their innermost, and they should be, or they could be. If you're asking someone, if someone who does not know themselves, is not seeking themselves, how does someone like that be of service? The answer is the same. You tell them to follow their heart. Do what feels right. Do what matters to you. Do what you're passionate about. If there's a cause, if you want to help people, if you want to be of service to people, what cause matters to you? Just listen to your heart. Follow your heart. You don't have to talk. The average person, you don't have to talk to them about innermost. You don't have to talk about higher self. You don't have to talk about any of the stuff. For the average person who's not initiated, who's not concerned with spiritual things, maybe they're just a religious person, you can talk about, well, what does God tell you to do? What does Jesus tell you to do? What does Christ tell you to do? What do you feel in your heart? What would Christ do? What would Jesus do? That's even a meme. What would Jesus do? WWJD. It's a thing with Christians. It's a mantra of theirs. WWJD. What would Jesus do? You just ask them, what would Jesus do in this situation? Do that.
Yeah, because most people do not even suffer for others. So we should, first of all, we shouldn't expect service from others. That's a good thing to meditate upon first of all.
Well, yeah, there's that. There's that. We shouldn't expect anything, really.
No.
Benjamin says, thank you, because when I was active in religion, it was like our responsibility to save others by sharing the gospel. But thanks for that clear answer. I used to wear the WWJD bracelet and laugh out loud. It was a very real, eye-opening experience. Again, here's something we can add to the road trip experience. Getting pulled over by the police. Getting pulled over by the police and having a police, say, where are you all headed? You're going a bit fast down there, back there. Did you not see the speed limit? Or did you not see this? Or did you not see that? Did you not, getting pulled over by the police doesn't happen every time you take a road trip, certainly unexpected, but it can happen, especially if you're traveling in the United States. The Smokies down there, they love their speed traps. And of course, as someone who's not from the area, you don't know where those speed traps are because you're not familiar with the highways. Getting pulled over by the authorities and getting a slap on the wrist or a friendly reminder to obey the local speed limits or know your limits. This relates directly to what Benjamin was talking about here, about our responsibility to save others. Because I grew up in Catholicism, which is, Christianity, and I grew up with a very strong intuition about myself, about saving others. And this burden kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, carrying the weight of the world on my shoulders. Until the Masters of the White Lodge took me into the astral plane, and I was taken to like a council of the ascended masters, and it felt exactly like little Anakin Skywalker before the Council of the Jedi Council in Phantom Menace, and all of them impressed upon me. He said, "Now listen very carefully. You don't have to save everyone." And at once it was a very humbling experience, because it was so clear that I had become almost fanatical and obsessed, and that I was carrying the weight of the world around on my shoulders like a badge of honor. But it was also a tremendous relief. It was a huge weight lifted off my shoulders, because I no longer had to carry that obsession around and that belief around that everybody I meet who's not on the path, who's walking on the easy path, or the easy path to the wide gate, that I have to do everything in my power to turn them around and get them to go in the other direction. No.
Yeah,
No.
the light is very humbling.
We no one can do that. I mean, and no one should want to do that, and no one can do that. And the reality is that many people have made their bed and they have to sleep in it, and that's just as simple as that. Nobody can take away their karma like this, and nobody can take away their free will, nor should we want to. It's just the way it is. When you go apple picking, as I did, not last week, but the week before, one of the things you notice when you go apple picking is all the apples strewn on the ground under the tree that are all rotting away. It's just the way it is. It's just how it works. There is no situation where you can harvest every single apple and prevent apples from falling to the ground and rotting underneath.
Yeah. I
It's
mean, you basically become like a child after such experiences. Like, you want to know, you want to know, you want to meditate, you want to comprehend what it all means. But yeah.
it is what it is. And so that was for me anyway, that was an experience of like getting pulled over by the police and being reminded, given a little slap on the wrist, being reminded to observe my limits and observe the limits of the path.
Yeah, we can be tested by our strengths in different ways by those masters.
A different Benjamin says, while some of us are trying to save our lives, others we see running towards destruction, and it bugs us to see this happening. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. No one is saying that we can't feel compassion and kindness towards those that we see marching toward their doom. Of course, we feel compassion, and of course, we lament. But no one can be saved who does not want to be saved or does not know they need to be saved or does not think they're doing anything wrong. And there's actually many, many, many more permutations and of that situation. Permutations and combinations of people who either don't know, in other words, they're ignorant, or they're hypnotized. Yes, the other Benjamin says, reminds me of the saying, the master only appears when the pupil is ready. Yes. And there's lots of people that are just not ready. And there's lots of people who do not want to be saved. They do not want to give up their attachments and their identifications. Any of you who are on Facebook in any of the Gnostic groups, like Mystical Order of the Gnostics or any of the other esoteric groups, witness the reactions to any post about sexual alchemy, any post about white tantra, any post that derides the indulgence of the orgasm, and you just observe how quickly dozens and dozens and then hundreds of people will react with such animosity, with such fervor and passion against the notion of white tantra and against the correct practice of sexual alchemy. They are so attached to their desire. They're so attached to orgasm. They're so identified with their lust. Those we can't do anything for those people. We can't. We just can't. There's nothing we can say to them. There's nothing we can show. There's no convincing them. And truly, we shouldn't want to convince them. We shouldn't want to convince anybody. We should not want to coerce anyone. We are not used car salesmen. We are not here to dupe or trick or coerce or convince anyone to do anything that they themselves have not realized they need to do. So for our part, we can plant a seed with them. We can show by our example and by our words and by any other means that we have available to us, we just show them another way. So you're going this way, that's fine, but there's this other way. Yeah, I'm walking this way. You might consider walking this way too. Just throwing that out there. Just consider it. Or at the very least, ask yourself why the direction that you're going in is so special or so important or so absolute that you're so attached to it and identified with it that you can't give it up, or you're not willing to look at any other options. And if the answer is, depending on the answer, will tell you a lot about, are you walking the path or is your path walking you? And it doesn't hurt, depending on the situation, depending on the individual, it doesn't hurt to point out that they're walking down the mountain into the valley below, and I'm walking up the mountain. Just saying. Because
Yeah.
you'll get this answer from people. You'll get this very trite, clever ego rationalization from people all the time. They will say, "Oh, but there's many, many, many ways. There's many, many paths. It's not just your path. How do you know that my path isn't as good as valid as your path? There are many, many, many paths." I said, "Yeah, there are many paths up the mountain, but the direction is still up. And there are far greater number of paths down the mountain into the valley and into the mines below. It's because it's way easier to go tumbling down the mountain, and it's way easier to go tumbling down the mountain
Yeah, we
than
must
it is to
remember that
climb."
basically all masters or any master is never weak, which means they have been strengthened in different ways previous to their masterhood. So if we are weak, we are yet to be strengthened, basically. And that's why severity exists, first of all. So
Yeah.
some people may actually need to build up some negative karma, because one day they may realize that, well, this isn't good. I have to do something about this. But it's not up to us to basically tell them that they are on that road, because they will more likely realize that themselves sooner or later. Or they may, some of them.
In the Kali Yuga, it's tough, but regardless, people need to be free to live their lives
Yeah,
how they see fit, for better or for worse. And that's why, our purpose here is to show. The show must go on. Plant a seed. We wish them well. We hope for the best, whatever that means for them. And if that means they have to fall in this lifetime, then so be it. But considering that this humanity is already in hell, it's a very hard pill to swallow. It's a very hard case to make.
yeah,
That anyone here now in a humanity that's 97% asleep only has about 3% awakened consciousness on average. It's a very difficult case to say that people have to fall further. Right? We're already in hell.
Yeah, we are.
So, but having said that, people have to realize that they're in hell. And just like an alcoholic, nobody can convince an alcoholic that they are an alcoholic. They themselves have to stand up, raise their right hand in front of a group of peers and say, my name is so and so, and I am an alcoholic. That's the first step of the 12-step program. And you have to comprehend that though the individuals, every single last individual who has ever done that in an AA program, raised their hand and admitted in public that they were an alcoholic. Every single one of those individuals had friends, had family, had loved ones, had acquaintances, had coworkers or bosses or underlings tell them, hey, why don't you go easy on the stuff? Hey, I think you might have a problem. Have you ever, like, they were told by everyone that cares for them. You know, so, and many people are out there in the world who are still possessed by whatever demon is causing their addictions. And they've heard it all. They've heard it from loved ones. They've heard it from complete strangers. They've heard it from bartenders. They've heard it from, you know, they've heard it from bank managers, right? Mortgage counselors, well, you name it. And yet, they still haven't made the change. They still haven't gone to a meeting, and they still haven't raised their right hand and admitted to themselves and to others in that meeting. So the reason why we always bring up that example is because it's such a visceral, real, indisputable experience that illustrates the state of this humanity and what it takes for people to be saved. Because remember, nobody can save an alcoholic. Nobody can save an addict.
Exactly.
Their
Nobody can.
innermost
Yeah.
saves them. It's only when they surrender that they can save themselves. Their innermost saves them. They save themselves. This is true for everybody everywhere on the spiritual path. Nobody can walk anybody else's spiritual path for them, and nobody can get anybody to change their direction, nor should we want to. And it's a complete and utter waste of time to try to do so.
Yeah, remember the coach.
Excuse me. And of course, the article which we wrote that now is what? 8 years old now, this article. We wrote it 8 years ago on October 15th. So just almost exactly 8 years ago. Whether this question, to herd or not to herd, that's really what this is about. You see these people that are running towards destruction, and that's a job of a border collie, is to keep the herd in line, to keep it from, to keep the sheep from falling off a cliff or wandering off and getting lost, or like falling into the river and drowning, or whatever. The border collies, is so on. This article addresses this question in the most practical of ways and the most meaningful of ways. Going back to the question of that Benjamin's asking here. Okay, Attila, did not write this article, but Attila, typed this article for my sake. I needed to read this article. So we wrote it because I needed to read it. And not only did I need to read it, I needed to meditate on it. I needed to comprehend it. I needed to take it to heart. And I needed to understand fully and completely and deeply, profoundly and comprehensively. I, Attila, cannot save anyone.
It's like Jesus said, like, weep not for me, weep for yourselves.
Put the link in this article. No, it means what this article is about, and what I'm trying to impart or impress upon you in answer to this question. I, Attila, am not qualified. In this image, which is a composite image here, it combines a whole bunch of different symbols, archetypes, including the humble shepherd, the hidden master, the warrior monk, the noble samurai. We ask the question, how do we relate to them and the archetype of the magician? We've been talking about it for 3.5 hours to one degree or another. We've been talking about it. But in this article, we express it using these other archetypes. Do border collies really herd sheep? Do samurai swords really strike down ronin or soldiers or other samurai? Does Moses' staff perform the miracles? He tells Aaron, cast my staff upon the waters, and and then miracles happen. Who really shepherds sheep? If you watch a shepherd working with his border collies, you hear his calls. He calls to the dogs, and the dogs answer the call. Long before there were telephones. Long before there were telephones. It was an ancient expression to answer the call. So, in answer to this question, right, or this statement, of course, we want to prevent people from but we have to follow our innermost shepherd. We have to be the samurai sword in the hand of our master. We have to serve the master. Everything we do is for the sake of the master. It doesn't help anybody if we go against the will of our innermost master. With all the greatest intentions we might have to save others or help others, if we end up doing harm to them and doing harm to ourselves in the process, then this is not good. Because if we keep serving our master, then our master will become a greater shepherd, and we, by his side in service to him, will become that much more capable, and will be able to serve a shepherd who will be able to herd much greater flocks of sheep. But a border collie running around who's not listening for the calls of his master is just a loose cannon and following his instinct to herd sheep. But we must serve the shepherd. And it's tough because the ego wants to exploit all of our intuition and all of our passion. And if our intuition says that we're here to help people and we're here to save people, the ego wants to exploit that and twist it and corrupt it into, oh, we have to save everyone. And then creates this huge weight, 16-ton weight, and dangles it above our head. Oh, you better not mess up. Oh, there's one getting away. Go and save him. Go and save him at all costs. Go and save him. And the ego is actually coaxing us to go and throw ourselves off a cliff in an attempt to save that one person who was a lost cause anyway. We have to be practical. Having said all that, if we serve our master, we serve the inner shepherd, we can comprehend the parable of the shepherd and the lost sheep. Because the shepherd will leave his flock to go and find the one lost sheep. And he will leave his dogs behind to keep an eye on the flock. Meditate on this. And if you read the article, you will fully comprehend who is the shepherd and who is the border collie, who is the dog, and who is the shepherd. Coming back to the rally driving, right? Who is the navigator? Who is the driver? And in the parable of the shepherd and the lost sheep, the shepherd knows that his other sheep are safe because they are under the watchful eye of his loyal dogs or his loyal dog. But do you think the dog is qualified to run out in the middle of the night and go find the lost sheep and bring it back? This is the parable of the lost sheep that Jesus told. The shepherd goes out. So there are times when the lost sheep needs to be saved. But it's just not up to us to make that call. Our innermost shepherd will decide. And that's a simple answer to that question, how to approach it. That's what this whole article is about. That's what this whole article is about. And this comes back to our whole spiritual journey and everything we've talked about today in terms of the road trip. We might be driving the car, right? It's our car. It's our vehicle. But we have this passenger who has a destination, and the passenger has the map. The passenger has the stopwatch. The passenger has all the info. The passenger is the navigator, and we're just the driver. And we're on this treacherous, crazy mountain rally road. Or we're the sheepdog, and beside us is our innermost shepherd. And there's the flock that needs to be herded. I just watch some YouTube videos of shepherds working with their border collies, and how the border collies, yes, they keep the sheep in line, but more importantly, they answer the call. They answer the call. That's how you know when someone needs to be saved. You might judge them as needing to be saved, but if you don't get the call, your shepherd knows better. Your innermost knows better than you.
Yeah.
I hope that we're making that clear. We hope that's clear, because this is a real challenge for people on people who feel very strongly the urge to help others. It's tough. It's a bitter pill to swallow, that sometimes you just have to respect people's choices to march towards oblivion.
Yeah, it's like the car crashes in races as well. I mean, you don't follow them into the wall and crash yourself.
That's right. But you got to keep racing.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't stop. They can't stop the race. The other drivers don't stop over and stop their cars and say, "Oh my gosh, I feel so bad." I mean, it has nothing to do with being cold-hearted or wholly indifferent or anything like that. You can feel compassion, you can feel for these people, but life goes on. And what cannot be saved, or it's not up to us. It's not up to us. It just isn't. But that's a very good question, and it is worthwhile, again, meditating on and again, we reiterate, I needed to read this article, and that's why we wrote it. It's one of the first articles we wrote because of how desperately I needed to read it. And we've shared it with many people, and for the most part, it's safe to say that the majority of people that we've tried to share it with have rejected it. They don't want to hear it. There's too many self-styled spiritual people out there that do not want to hear or think about or accept the idea that they are not the God, that they are not God. People just don't want to grasp the notion that this false self, this false identity, this character that they're playing in this life, this persona, isn't already a God. And so they have the right to do whatever the hell they want, and they're going to do it. Anyone else have any other thoughts or questions, comments, concerns, things to share, things to Anything? We're coming up on the 4-hour mark again. That's all right. We're familiar with some live streams that easily go past 4 or 5 hours all the time. And they're talking about entertainment and stuff. Thank you so much for that, Benjamin says. Your explanation totally makes sense. I struggled to understand that feeling of saving people for decades. And now I have understood a great deal, and I will read the article. It's tough. And again, that's why we share our experiences, and we do the work we do, and we're going through what we're going through because so many other people are going through it. And what good is our experience if we can't help others learn from it? And if we can't help others cope with their challenges and what they're facing, and the Kali Yuga is such a confusing time, and there's so many different opinions, and there's so many different theories and versions, and so when you have these feelings, these longings, and look, we can look to an entire segment of the population, these so-called what's the best way to refer to them? The ones who are caught up in the intersectional political movement, right? So the social justice warriors and the postmodernists, all of them are secretly motivated by the intuitive longing to make the world a better place. They all believe in their heart of hearts that they're doing the right thing, and that they are on the right side of history, and that they are on the right side of morality and everything else. It just so happens that atheistic communism is their vehicle to do that. And how all of that is a complete perversion of their intuitive longing to help people and make the world a better place, and to help underprivileged, and to give advantages to the disadvantaged, and to help raise them. Like, all of this is an exploitation of that longing to save people. And that's why these people are so passionate, and they're so fanatical. But all fanaticism is an undermining, a twisting, and a corruption of pure, objective, truthful, beautiful longing for love, goodness, and sacrifice for the betterment of others. Remember at the beginning, we talked about how the ego intercedes, and the ego will wrap stories, its elaborate fables and fantasies, its narratives around kernels of truth. And that people would become attached to and identified with the fantasy, the story that ego has woven, based on their feeling into and resonating with the absolute truth kernel at the center of the narrative. This is what the SJW postmodernist movement is a perfect example of. Only it's not so much an objective truth that it's wrapped around. It's just exploiting people's deep, deep, deep longing to make the world a better place. But that's all dogma, and all fanaticism is based around this. You're resonating with something. So entertainment fanaticism, people who are fanatics of Star Wars, they're resonating with Star Wars on that deep, deep esoteric level, but their mind distracts them and interferes and gets them to fall into obsession and idolatry of the surface level action and story and characters and this and that and the other thing. So they collect toys and all this other stuff. So they fall into the idolatry of it all. And all of their passion, all of their deep resonance that's felt on that deep, deep level gets misdirected and it gets exploited. And this exploitation happens with every mythology, with every religion, with every so-called franchise, with every, whatever, nationalism, politics, it's all the same. And that exploitation happens in business as well, where people have a longing for whatever, a longing for happiness. Isn't that something that every business exploits? Right? Because isn't every advertisement just an elaborate ego narrative behind which this glimmer of hope that there's peace and happiness in XYZ product or service? The whole of physical reality is like this. And ego identification with, for example, mechanical nature. That's what the whole environmental movement and all of the the Aboriginal pagan spiritual traditions that worship their ancestors, mechanical nature, and the elemental spirits of nature. 5D down. All of that is just distraction and interference and causing people to become identified and obsessed with the surface level instead of penetrating deep, deep within themselves and the timeless universal truth behind and beneath that surface level, called divine nature. It's all the same thing that's playing out in all of these different ways, including our longing to help others and save others. And as we've been saying, that gets twisted and corrupted by ego to become dogmatic obsession, fanaticism, etc., etc., etc. And largely it has to do with this, the failure of people to comprehend this relationship, to comprehend the relationship between Sam and Frodo, to comprehend the relationship between driver and navigator, and so many other expressions of this archetype. Okay. Any other comments or questions or things to share, things to ask? We'll give you 6 minutes. No, I think for us at least, unless we end up in such a, I don't know, whatever topic that we won't rule it out, but we think 4 hours is plenty, I think, for most people.
Yeah. Attention only takes you so long.
And remember, we did already at the 3 hour mark, we were already saying it might be time to say goodbye. So
yeah.
But that's sometimes the journey gets extended. Sometimes your road trip gets extended.
Yeah.
Like when I was going to Vancouver, I was just going to fly to Edmonton and then get a hotel for the night, but I ended up having to drive the rest of the way into Vancouver all night. So it just is what it is. Sometimes, circumstances, the way they unfold, and that's what we got to do.
Yeah.
That's what we got to do. Jules Luxton says, thank you. Glad you went on late so I could join. It's been a while as the time difference here. Oh, yes. Where are you, Jewel? What's the time difference?
It's actually midnight here now.
Oh yeah, it's midnight, and you're in Sweden, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh, she's in Australia. so 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 what time is it there now in Australia for you? It's like it's like 24 hours, right? Like, or 20, is it 24 hours difference? Or so so 2 p.m. So we do Eastern Daylight Time right now. So we're at 9:21. Okay, is that in the AM or the PM? Or is that or is, so 9:21 AM? Okay. So Monday or Sunday? I don't do well with time zones. Well, I'm glad you could join us. I'm glad you could join in, and well, hopefully we'll see you again at some future day. Now, of course, you know these are all recorded and they're all left online. So if you miss the beginning or whatever, you can always go back and listen to it later. If that's she says, haha, Monday. Okay, 9:21 Monday. All right. Okay, so it's not quite. Yeah, so she's 6. What's that? 12 plus 3. 15 hours. She's 15 hours ahead. You're 15 hours ahead of us. If you did the math on that right. All right. Anyone else have any comments or questions? Or she goes, okay, yes, no, they're all online. We have an archive too, but all our live streams stay online until YouTube takes them off. But well, I certainly don't expect anybody to go through and watch all of them. But if you want to go back and watch what you missed today, you can certainly do that because it's going to be on the main Attlas information channel. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we all everybody. Sometimes I have a bad habit of telling people things they already know. So on that basis, anything else anybody would like to share, ask? I figure we might as well go to 4 hours. It's only 2 minutes away.
yeah. Well, I have nothing to share right now, at least.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, Azazel. That's good to hear. That's good to
Yeah.
hear. Now maybe. Oh look! Oh hey, Sex Fine Pro chimed in. Oh, okay, great. Perhaps if everything goes really well this week and nothing happens to divert us from the work we're doing, it's possible that we might be able to premiere this video that we've been working on and that we talked about a little bit tonight. We might be able to premiere it next Sunday for you first before it goes live anywhere else. And perhaps if we do that, we might ask for feedback or so on, so that we can get a sense of if there's something that we've missed or something that should be done differently, et cetera, et cetera. We can't promise anything, but if all things go well, we should be able to do that next Sunday. No promises, because again, there might be mitigating circumstances. But again, we'll do our best, and if we can, then we can get on with it, and then you guys will be the first to see it next Sunday. All right then. Sound like a plan? Speaking of someone who doesn't like the plan, right? But we're glad that you all took the time and made the effort to join us tonight. We hope that this topic was of value to you, and that we hope that you'll be able to make good use of the information and the discussion here today in your own spiritual journey. Because really, It's not easy for any of us, and it's good to know that you're not alone, and it's good to know that there are others who have faced similar challenges and obstacles.
Yeah.
So just remember that the tools for you to overcome them on your own journey, they're inside of you, and you need only tap into them and access them. So if there's nothing else, we'll say, whoops, where is it? Inferential peace. And we'll see you all next weekend, we hope.
Yeah.
Take care.
Take care.
Take care, Azazel.